Hello and welcome. This is Grant Hughes of Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This channel evaluates all aspects of true crime. As you are aware, videos and live streams in this genre often discuss elements of crime that may be disturbing to some viewers. If necessary, take the precautions needed to avoid these feelings. Factual information related to cases is the key to fostering rational true crime discussions. Fortunately, you will find that here. Please hit the like button only once, share the video, and subscribe if you like my content. Thank you very much for watching.
It's a house! Huh?
We are all Richard Allen!
Well, here's some music, but it's going to be low. Oh, hey, it was loud. Hey, 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 hey. It's a miracle, everybody. It's a miracle. Wow. Unreal. Unreal. All right. So it looks like we got some new information. Lisa B sent me some links off of that. You know, I check all the time, but if you don't check every 5 minutes on the Idaho page, you miss something. So here's the I'm not sure what the hell that is. Oh, that's the music. This is what it looks like out there, right? So you click on that, and then they sort of just sneak these suckers in. I mean, like, you got these, but then these ones that say new, I mean, I guess that's a good thing that they do that, because a lot of times they've been, I mean, I guess what we have to realize is all this time they've been sort of sneaking files in and putting them in the right dates, but nobody knew that they were new, so you'd almost have to take a screenshot. But now you have these new ones, and right here it says 911 call redacted and text messages. So there's some text message information that might add some context. And then there's also a authentication of records for various places that he'd been to. So we'll have to take a look at those also. Cindy sent me something, but she was a day late and $1 short. As usual. I know she likes to be first and gets upset when she isn't first, but can't always be first. Yeah, I'm sure there's some redactions, maybe names, stuff like that. I hope you guys saw the video that I put out earlier. We already got the people going, it's not the same car, Gray. You see how the window doesn't Hey, I've already told you, man. Ann Taylor picked that image specifically out of that long, you know, it's a full video. She picked that one intentionally because she could tell that, well, you know, with the slow shutter speed, etc., that there's artifacts in it. She's a liar, okay? You know, that's one of those sneaky, tricky, you know, jackass defense attorney type moves. But, you know, hey, whatever works out for your client, right? All right, hold on. I'm just getting the, see which one we're going to do first. Oh, yeah. So we're going to start off with the 911 call. Okay. So let's just read what it says. I'll skip through any of the legal crap. Comes now the state of Idaho by and through Latah County prosecuting attorney and respectfully moves the court for an order in limine allowing the state to admit the recording and transcript of the 911 call to Whitcomb on November 13, 2022. The 911 recording was discovered as AV 000002 and the transcript was discovered as Bates 12422-12426. Also, thank you up there to K-Me for the super chat, and you too, if you're out there, if you can help support the channel during these live streams. This one will be a lot of reading, going through this stuff. I would appreciate it. It allows us to continue to do these, and at the end of the month, we donate thousands of dollars to various true crime-related charities out of the income from ad revenue, super chats, etc. And that would be great. Hey, thanks. This a cow. You're second, but anyways, thank you. Anyways, down here it says, or what I'll do is I'll turn off the thing up above, just so it doesn't interrupt while we're reading. Thank you, this account, and Annabella Roma, and Ali Cake. The facts pertinent to the issue raised by the motion can be found in the attached excerpts from the grand jury transcript. In general, testimony that is hearsay is excluded, blah, blah, blah. Let's see, requirements. I'm just going to go down to where we get to the call. Let's see, right in here. Let's see. There must be a sentence that starts before that. Why does it just start right in the middle of the sentence? Okay, state's motion in limine 911 call. Phone call made with approximately 1 hour of... What's that buzzing sound? The phone call... let's see. Maybe it starts right here. 8-year-old victim state. I don't know where the first part of the sentence starts. It looks like it's continuing a sentence, but let's see. The facts pertinent to the issue raised, and then it seems to go through this whole hearsay thing, and then it just kind of starts in the middle of a sentence. So I don't know. A phone call made with approximately 1 hour, within approximately 1 hour of last lewd act were admissible. Okay, this is something else. In the case of Barr, most of the declarations made were present sense impressions. Let's see. Located the unresponsive. In the case at Barr, most of the declarations made were present sense impressions. HJ, so that's another individual, we don't know who that is, located the unresponsive body of Xander Kernodle and informed Bethany Funk and Dylan Mortensen to call 911. Wow. And then somebody with EA was present at the time. All declarants personally perceived the event. The majority of the declarations were describing to dispatcher Carolina Calvin what they were perceiving, i.e. present sense impressions. Those statements relate to Kernodle being passed out and not waking up. The declarations were made immediately after AJ discovered Kernodle's body. Some declarations made would also be considered excited utterances. Those statements include, "Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night." Yeah. As well as, so that means Bethany Funk and Dylan Mortensen had told these people, hey, we saw somebody, there was a man in the house last night. As well as hearing breathing and crying that can be heard throughout the call. So this is the 911 call. The declarants were responding to a startling occasion, discovery of unresponsive roommate. The statement regarding a person being in the home is in direct response to why Kernodle might be passed out. Now that's interesting. Yeah. Hey, thanks, Von Dowson. If you dismiss the evidence and say BK is innocent, you feel smarter than everyone else. That's how it works. How this works. Okay. Which is strange, right, Von Dowson? The statement regarding a person being in the home is in direct response to why Kernodle. So when they said, well, why did she pass out? There was a guy in the house last night. All statements are made while the declarants are processing what is happening and were made before an opportunity to reflect and fabricate why Kernodle is unconscious. Clearly, the statements of Bethany Funk, Dylan Mortensen, somebody named EA, and HJ and the dispatcher, Carolina Calvin, fall within the hearsay rule exception. Judge John Judge has already ruled that the 911 call is not hearsay, i.e., not offered for truth of the matter asserted, and even if deemed hearsay, the exceptions for present sense impressions and excited utterances apply. On August 23, 2023, defendant moved to dismiss the grand jury indictment. One basis for the motion was that the 911 call was improperly admitted. Hearsay, cumulative, irrelevant, and improper attempt to bolster witness testimony in response. Judge John Judge held as follows. I don't know if I want to get to where the actual stuff that's in the 911 call. Sealed order denying motion to dismiss. Regarding the emotions in the caller's voices, Judge further held that evidence was relevant as to why law enforcement was sent to 1122 King Road on November 13, 2022, as opposed to just EMS when the call was for an unconscious individual. The testimony was deemed relevant to the effect it had on dispatch Calvin and was not cumulative of Officer Nunez's testimony. Let's see. Any statement found out... why in the hell am I getting text messages? Any statements found outside the above exceptions to hearsay are non-testimonial for purpose of Crawford analysis. All right, let me scroll down here. Based on the above cited authority, the state respectfully prays for the court approval in limine. So I wonder if it's... I don't know if it's... Okay, here it is right here. Okay, so this is where the actual 911 call, okay? So we just went through some other stuff first. So it says 911 call location, 911 call, location of emergency. Hi, something is happening. Something happened in our house. We don't know what. We have, what is the address of the emergency? 1122. No doubt. What is the rest of the address? King Road. Okay, and is that a house or an apartment? It's a house. Can you repeat the address to make sure that I have it right? Then it says, I'll talk to you guys. We live at the right, so we're next to them. I need someone to repeat the address for verification. The address is 1122 King Road. And this says, and what is the phone number that you're calling from? What's your phone number? Okay, and then they go through that. Okay, and tell me exactly what's going on. One of our roommates who passed out, and she was drunk last night, and she's not waking up. Talking about Jana Kernodle. And then the answer, another person said, no, we saw that. Oh, wow, okay. So somebody, that's probably Bethany or Dylan Mortensen right there. This is crazy right now, you guys. This is like, finally getting something. No, we saw, okay. And then she says, okay, the 911 operator. Okay, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah. And then, Jesus. Hold on. And then right here it said, and your... Let's see, that's kind of weird because it says the question, it would be the 911 operator. So the answer is somebody says hi. Maybe she grabbed the phone or something. And then, are you with the patient? Okay, I need someone to keep the phone. Stop passing it around. See, somebody goes hi, like idiot. Sometimes these people, when you're young, you just start doing stupid shit like handing the phone around. Everybody's talking and. Let's see. Can I just tell you what happened pretty much? What is going on currently? Is someone passed out right now? I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m. Okay, that's probably Dylan or Bethany. Okay, I need to know what's going on right now. If someone is passed out, can you find that out? Yeah, I'll come. Come on, we got to go check. But we have to, is she passed out? She's passed out. What's wrong? That must be talking to her. You're trying to talk to Xana. And then Dispatching Moscow said they're dispatching law enforcement. And then the answer is she's not waking up. Unconscious, 1122 King Road is what she's giving out to law enforcement. And then 70 is en route. Okay, one moment. I'm getting help started that way. Okay, maybe. And then 1122 King Road, all ambulance respond for unconscious 1122 King Road. And then copy. 58, multiple RPs on the phone, advised saying the roommate on scene is passed out and not waking up. Believe she got drunk last night, and about a male being in the room with them, being around. That one I copy, about 20-year-old female unconscious trying to get further. Copy. And then, yeah, it's Evan. This person's saying it's Evan, so that must be that other person's name. Okay, how old is she? She's 20. 20, you said? Yeah, 20. Here do you mean talk? Let's see. Then the answer is yes, 20. Here, do you want to talk to him? Well, talk to them if they're deaf. Okay, I don't even know what the hell that means right there. Okay, hello. Hey, I say that all the time. Hello. Okay, I need someone to stop passing the phone around because I've talked to 4 different people. Okay, sorry, they just gave me the phone. Is she breathing? Hello? Is she breathing? No. Okay. And then something is en route. And Bethany or Dylan, let's see, the answer is Bethany or Dylan, I need you to talking to them, okay? I can't talk to them. I need you to talk to them. So they're trying to have, this person on the phone's like, hey, Bethany or Dylan, you talk to them. And then, okay, hello, so this must be Bethany or Dylan on the phone. Okay, I've already sent the ambulance and law enforcement, stay on the line. Okay. Is there a defibrillator available? Send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it. Units responding, RPs advising. The patient is not conscious, not breathing. Okay, if there's a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it. We don't have one. Unconscious, not breathing, is what the operator said. Do you have a defibrillator? Is what one of the people in the house said. Yep. And then the operator said, yep. Then, yes, we have one. I guess that's somebody like I must be like the medical, I don't know, how, because they keep changing it from QAA, it doesn't really tell you what. Yes, we have one, but are you talking to the officer? Yes. Okay, I'm going to let you go since he's there with you and can help you. Okay, thank you, bye. Okay, Moscow 46 out. Copy 13. I think we have a homicide. Moscow engine 20 is en route. 1370. 107, I relate it. The transcript has been reviewed with the audio, so that's it. Maybe I could put that to, AI voices or something, and, it would be a little bit easier to understand, but, it's interesting. You have all these kids around and they're just sort of nervous and scared, so they're like somebody else is saying something. They all have little bits and pieces of the story. And so we have that, and then we have, is this the other one? No. Hold on a second. Alright, I gotta go back out to that site. God, it's weird. I must be saving over the top of files, but I've got another one here. The text messages. So hold on. Hold on a second. Don't forget to hit that like button, everybody. How many likes do we got so far? And as I said earlier, if you have the ability to help support my channel, if you could do the super chats, coffees, whatever, it would help us throughout the month. Alright, there it is. Got it. So that's a different one. We'll look at that in a minute. But All right, here we go. So how many likes do we have right now? We have 212 likes with 723 people watching. I think it's pretty simple to hit that like button. So here we go. Hit that like button, 10, 20, 25, 30. Hit that like button, 40, 45, 50. Hit that like button, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80. Hit that like button. It's one of the easiest things to do in the world. Use your nose, use your toes, whatever blows. Hit that like button. All right. There you go. Do you get it? All right. All right, so this is comes now the state of Idaho by and through the Latah County Prosecuting Attorney and respectfully moves the court for an order in limine allowing the state to admit the text messages of Dylan Mortensen on November 13, 2022 and the testimony from Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk regarding their conversations with each other on November 13, 2022. The phone records were discovered on the hard drive Dylan Mortensen iPhone extraction provided on April 5th, 2023. So a couple years ago, and State Exhibit 18 from the grand jury record. Hey, thanks Pam from New York. Standard admissibility. Let me get down to the... This stuff gets really boring. I know, because when I start reading it, people leave. Okay. All right, how about right down here? Hey, thanks, Moofies. Dylan Mortensen's phone records contain in Exhibit S1 for November 13, 2022, and Bethany Funk's testimony contain in Exhibit S2 as to what Dylan Mortensen told her should be allowed at trial. Let's see. In the case at bar, starting on November 13, 2022, at 2:10:29, that's earlier, so 2 hours, Dylan Mortensen sends text messages to E.G., and that's an Uber driver, to inquire if he is driving. The state submits this text message exchange. It is not hearsay because it will not be offered for the truth of the matter asserted. Instead, it would be offered to show a timeline for the night. Dylan Mortensen was awake and texting at 2:10:29 from 4:19:07 to 4:21. See, isn't this amazing, you guys? As I said, I don't know. This is just incredible. It's like, remember how just the other day we learned that Dylan Mortensen ran down to Bethany Funk's room? And I said, well, God, that has to be at like 4:20. Like right as the guy was leaving. And now we got the actual numbers. From 4:19:07 to 4:21:50, Dylan Mortensen attempts to call Bethany Funk, Xana Kernodle, Kaylee Gonzalez, and Madison Mogan, all calls unanswered. The records of these calls are not hearsay, and they each do not meet the definition of statement, oral assertion, written assertion, or nonverbal conduct intended as an assertion. So here we go. So listen to this. This is crazy crap right here. This is 4:22:08. They start and they go to 4:24:27. Dylan Mortensen writes to Bethany Funk. No one is answering, so you can tell like she's aware that something is a little weird going on. And then Dylan Mortensen said, "I'm really confused right now." Dylan Mortensen also then texted Kaylee Gonzalez and said, "Kaylee." Then she also sent Kaylee another message, said, "What's going on?" And then Bethany Funk sent one to Dylan Mortensen, "Yeah, dude, what the F?" Then Bethany Funk to Dylan Mortensen, "Xana was wearing all black?" And then Dylan Mortensen said to Bethany Funk, "I'm freaking out right now." And then Dylan Mortensen said something back to Bethany Funk, said, "No, it's like a ski mask almost." And she wasn't talking about Xana. "No, it's like a ski mask almost." And Bethany Funk to Dylan Mortensen, "Shut the F up," you know. And then Bethany Funk to Dylan Mortensen said, "Actually." And then Dylan Mortensen said to Bethany Funk, like he had something over his forehead and little around the mouth or something. A little and mouth. Then Dylan Mortensen wrote to Bethany Funk, "I'm not kidding. I'm so freaked out." Bethany Funk to Dylan Mortensen, so am I. Dylan Mortensen said to Bethany Funk, my phone is going to die. F. Then Bethany Funk said, come to my room, run, and then down here. I mean, my God, I think I freaked out. That's exactly what I told you the other day when I said, when she went down there, she just ran by. She's not going to look down to see if there's anybody in Xana's room or anything. She just took off, went straight down those stairs. What we should do is, maybe I could open that up. Is it that one? Alright, and then it's all of the above declarations are present sense impressions and excited utterances. This is supported by Dylan Mortensen's grand jury testimony, where she indicates she witnessed a startling event, heard noises in residence, and saw an unknown male in the residence. So she didn't see any violent acts. All she saw was some noises that were scaring her and a male. Indicates Bethany Funk and Dylan Mortensen are trying to make sense of the startling event. Contemporaneously or immediately following the startling event, i.e. no time for reflection or fabrication, Dylan Mortensen's grand jury testimony attached as Exhibit S3. Maybe we can get to see that. We're on page 4 of 10, so maybe there's more in there. At 4:29:39, so this would be about 5 minutes after, or 4 minutes after, the Elantra's driving away at a high rate of speed with Koberger smiling in the front seat, calls Ethan Chapin. So at 4:29, Dylan Mortensen actually, after she's down in Bethany Funk's room, calls Ethan Chapin. And by the way, I don't know if he was actually smiling in the front seat, but rest assured that was Koberger driving away at a high rate of speed. Alright guys, we have 863 people watching and we're still only at 1/10 of the goal. So if you're out there and you have the ability to help support this channel relies on the generosity of the people watching, and we've donated $233,500 in the last 5 years, and that comes from the super chats, ad revenue, etc. So if you have the ability to, that would be great. Thank you. Phone call finally. Yeah, so we got that phone. So right here it says 4:24:39. Dylan Mortensen calls Ethan Chapin. This phone record, like the other records of calls, is not a statement pursuant to IRE 80. Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk continue to text at 4:24:58. Text Bethany Funk, I'm screwed though. And Bethany Funk responds, yeah, I know. But it's better than being alone. I'm not sure what that means. I'm screwed though. But it's better than being alone, meaning like she can't go back upstairs, I guess, is what she's saying. Hey, welcome, Elaine Gerard. Again, both statements are admissible as present sense impressions and excitement utterances, as they are describing an event or their state of mind and are spontaneous reactions that event rather than the result of reflective thought. And then at 4:27:47, Dylan Mortensen calls Kaylee Gonzalez. Call answered, and at 4:24:44, Dylan Mortensen calls unanswered. Excuse me. I was thinking, why did it say answered? But I missed the. Was unanswered, and then calls Kernodle. That call's unanswered. That was at 4:28:44. There are no statements pursuant to IRE 801A. At 4:32:57, Dylan Mortensen sends a text message to Kaylee Gonzalez stating, please answer. This statement is a present sense impression. Shows Dylan Mortensen's perception of events and an excited utterance, spontaneous reaction to that event rather than the result of reflective thought. The next morning, Dylan Mortensen sends the following text messages starting at 10:23:23. So Dylan Mortensen sends a message to Gonzalez. Please answer. Dylan Mortensen to Mogan. Are you up? Dylan Mortensen to Gonzalez. Are you up? These text messages are not hearsay because they will not be introduced for the truth of the matter asserted. Even if deemed hearsay, they are allowed as present sense impressions as they reflect a consistency and continuation of Dylan Mortensen's text messages from the night prior. Yeah, I'm a terrible reader. Okay, well, I'm sorry if you don't like the way I read. You know, it's far away from my face. You know, apologize if I suck. But thank you, JG Savage. I bet you look like a pile of shit when you look in the mirror, though. I bet when you look in the mirror, you almost vomit every day. So at least I have that going for me. I don't vomit when I look at myself, but I'm sure you do. Anyways, these text messages are not hearsay because they will not be introduced for the truth of the matter. All right, and it says at 11:39:09, Dylan Mortensen has a text exchange with her father, Bethany, or BM. These statements are not hearsay as they will not be introduced for the truth of the matter asserted, but instead to show a timeline for the morning. At 11:50, Dylan Mortensen received text messages from Jay stating, "Bro, this text message will not be introduced for the truth of the matter asserted." At 11:50, Dylan Mortensen calls EA. "This phone record is not statement pursuant to IRE 801. Received text message from Jay." And then 11:51, and a vandal alert at 104:01. These texts are not hearsay because they will not be introduced for the truth of the matter. God, I'm getting sick of hearing that same sentence over and over again. The state anticipates that both Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk will testify at trial. The state intends to ask each witness about statements made to them on November 13, 2022. This testimony should substantively, I can't even read it. I'm like 20, you guys don't realize, but that monitor is probably, I don't know, 3.5 feet away from me, so it's hard to even see the words. I'd have to blow them up so high that you wouldn't be able to see it. It'd be too big on the screen. Replicate testimony they provided at the grand jury proceedings. The state submits the statements from both Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk to each other are allowable hearsay because they are present sense impressions. Judge John Judge has previously ruled that the text messages and statements of Dylan Mortensen to Bethany Funk are present sense impressions and excited utterances, holding both the text messages and the testimony of Bethany Funk as to what Dylan Mortensen told her were admissible as exceptions to the hearsay rule. Looks like that's about it. So that's pretty crazy up here, though, right? I mean, this segment right here is really the kind of the main one. This is it. So this is like right after Kohberger leaves the house, and it looks like was awake and texting at 2:10:29, and then it says from 4:19:07 to 4:21, Dylan Mortensen attempts to call Bethany Funk. So for some reason, maybe Bethany Funk didn't wake up. So during that time, this is the time, I would imagine at 4:19:07, Kohberger's already left the house, wouldn't you? Because she had already seen him go down through the kitchen, then she feels safe enough to get on her phone to try to call. And that's exactly what I've said. I said that Kohberger likely left the house probably like 4:18, 4:19, runs up the bank, and he starts, doing his blood spatter mitigation. And Dylan Mortensen, I wonder if it seems like it'd be easier if we made this where you had the actual text, who said what, and just changed the voice around. Dylan Mortensen said these first 4 things. No one is answering. and these are to Bethany Funk. Or the first two are to Bethany Funk from Dylan Mortensen. No one is answering. I'm really confused right now. Dylan Mortensen to Gonzalez. Kaylee? Dylan Mortensen to Gonzalez. What's going on? So this must mean, you know, after 422, she already heard stuff and just wanted to know what was going on up there, see if they were still awake. And then Bethany Funk said to Dylan Mortensen, yeah, dude, what the F? Hey, thanks, CMAP. I don't know. You know what we'll do? I'm going to move on to the next thing. And at the end, we'll go back through and maybe we'll try to turn this all into dialogue where it's a lot easier to just kind of digest. I mean, it's not hard the way it is. You know, Bethany Funk said, yeah, dude, what the F? Bethany Funk said to Dylan Mortensen, Xana was wearing all black. And see, this is something that the wackadoodle co-burgers will go, see, look at that. She saw Xana, not this. But then immediately after that, she mentions a guy that she saw. But the pro burgers won't do that. They'll immediately pretend that was never. Like they won't bring up that part. They'll just bring up what Bethany said about Xana. Now they weren't involved, Nikki Walsh. See. If you're in here and you believe that Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk are involved, you're not welcome to be here, okay? I hate to say something like that, but that's absolutely what I believe. I think you're a lunatic if you think that they're involved. They have absolutely nothing to do with it. I don't give a damn what your little idiotic YouTubers that you watch and follow, that what they put out there. I'm sorry you were sold a bill of goods and believed their shit for all this time. But you're an embarrassment for believing them, all right? So try to put that all out of your head and move forward, all right? I think that'd be great. Hey, thanks, CMAP. Oh, and GSU PM sent a PayPal, but you guys, come on, we're having one of those slow nights again with so many people watching. Come on, you guys, we can do this. We just got to reach the goal. Keep on trucking through the month. All right, next thing is of the interesting new documents. It's this thing right here. Let's see. So it says, comes now the state of Idaho by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney and respectfully moves for orders in limine allowing the admission of certain evidence in accordance with Idaho Rule of Evidence 803-824. Idaho Rules of Evidence Rule 803, blah, 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 blah. All right, what's this down here? State motion in limine self-authentication for records in reliance. Let's see what they're looking for. Albertsons. That's in Clarkson, down there. Video surveillance and business records for November 13th. That's down in, here, I actually have it on the map here. And I'm serious. If you actually are in here and you want to try to sell people that Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk are involved, I don't have any respect for you, nor do I want you here, okay? I'm sorry that, I don't have to say that, but I feel icky, yucky that you're even around. That's what I'm trying to get at. Yeah, my voice is somewhat muffled. What do you mean? Maybe I have it boosted up too high. I don't know. Why are there so many complainers in here tonight? Kind of makes you wonder, doesn't it? Just a lot of complaining, a lot of whining, a lot of crybaby stuff. Let's see. She texted, I'm so scared. Doesn't say screwed. Oh, scared? Okay. Okay, well, whatever, Cindy. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We'll get back to it later. I said that I was going to get back to it later. Don't worry about it. Okay, and then there's Amazon financial and user records for Brian Koberger, AT&T phone records for Brian Koberger, Bagel shop, video, surveillance video. So, I mean, these are all places that I believe that they have him on camera, and we might not be aware of a lot of these places, right? So the bagel shop video, surveillance video. That's why they're going to have that. So maybe, is it called the bagel shop? Let's see. Hold on. Yeah, they have capitals on it, so let's see. I'm just going to bring it in here and type it in. Is it called Bagel Shop? Yeah. I don't know. It doesn't actually... Let's see. The Bagel Shop. I don't know. I don't see one that's just called Bagel. Oh, yeah, Bagel Stop Cafe. Maybe that's it. No, that's not. Hey, thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. First super chat. All right. Moscow Bagel and Deli. How about in Pullman? Maybe it's not even there. Maybe it's down in... I don't know. Let's just keep going through this. I'll do it on my own. I'll put it all together. Bank of America Bank Records. Banner Banking Records. Cafe Artista Video Surveillance Video for November 13th. Corner Club. Okay, this one should easily show up. Hold on. This Cafe Artista. Maybe we can sort of back engineer what's going on here. Oh, interesting. Okay, so that's right near... Oh, so this is going to be putting the timeline together for the victims, right? Yeah, we know which one this one is. Right? Isn't that the camera? Yeah, so there's one over here. They're probably going to get this one too where it says, "What did you say to Adam?" Right? And so this is just going to be, there's a Mad Greek restaurant, and this is where Kaylee and Maddie were at the grub truck, and this is going to show them continuing their walk with this friend of theirs named Jack. All right, so I'm going to put this right here. Cafe Artista. Hey, thank you guys. Appreciate it. Anne Marie Morgan and Tony Nelson. Wait, are you the Tony Nelson? Wasn't that from I Dream a Genie? Although I think that was a guy. At least we assume it is, right? I mean, given today's day and age, we're just not sure. And then Corner Club Video Surveillance. Okay, we got that one. Corner Club Financial Transaction. Costco, Clarkston, Washington Surveillance Video. Okay, so we're going to do that. Clarkston. Let's see. Costco, Clarkston, Washington. So we're going to go right down. This is right where he was later in the day, like at noon-ish. So here we go. That video is going to show. That's exactly what we were saying. So he shows up here, and then when he leaves, he drove like this. I actually made this drive here. And then he goes into the Albertsons parking lot. So this is going to show as he's driving by Costco here. All right. That's how it's going to work. I hope I'm in the right spot here. Yeah, that looks right. All right, we got that. And Corner Club. Costco, DeSalle's student records, Dick's Sporting Good records for sale for Brian Koberger. And that's where he might have got something like a K-Bar knife. Discover financial records for Kaylee Gonzalez. DoorDash records for Xana Kernodle. Doesn't that just sort of prove to you right there that they did order the DoorDash? Okay. Early warning records. Elon financial records for Kaylee Gonzalez. And these are just going to be things like when she was at this is records of her buying something to eat at this place. Here's the surveillance footage, etc. ENS services. Man, that just shows you how in depth they're going to be here. Just this stuff here. Floyd Cannabis surveillance video. We've heard of that one. I think I have that one already in the map. Let's see. Exactly what we thought. They were confused and scared. Right, exactly. Yeah, I mean, see, when we actually use common sense on this channel, and those text messages verify every single thing that we were saying. Now, the wackadoodle Proberger nut jobs, they're going to turn the same thing that we read into something very nefarious. Mark my words. Tomorrow morning, there's going to be a host of videos by probably the clown, the UK guy, and all these other ones saying all these, they're going to imply different meanings to the conversations that Kaylee Gonzalez had. They're going to turn the 911 call into something totally different. I mean, yeah, I mean, you got these kids around, and each one of them was like, most of them probably didn't even know what the whole context of what was going on. You know, and Bethany Funk and Dill Mortensen were probably scared out of their minds, and, you know, it is what it is. But thank you, WNC Granny. Here, hold on. The screen's going to go dark for a second. I got to put the this live chat overlay thing on there. And now I think if I go like, there you go, say look, boom. All right. I will probably go back over it again, Keto Karen. So you don't have to go back and rewind. But I'm going to throw it out there again, you guys. We're doing that. Well, for the people that are just new here, they don't watch my show very often. Look. See, on my channel, we started doing this in the year 2020. In 2020, we donated $22,000. Places like Texas EquiSearch, Rain, NCMEC, and a DNA fund. In 2021, $42,500. So that's out of my income and, you know, ad revenue, the super chats, the channel memberships, everything. Then 2022, $62,000 we did. It was amazing. And then it went down a little bit in 2023. Then it went a little bit down more in 2024. This is when the economy, you know, isn't the greatest. And then 2025 so far, we've done 5,000, which is well behind a normal pace. We should probably be at like 9 or so now. But that's what we do over here. We have a scholarship fund that we've put over $12,000 in so far. We gave two $3,000 scholarships to students in the criminal justice world, and also this year we did three $2,000 scholarships, and we're building that up again. And we also have a DNA fund. So if you're out there and you feel like you can help support the channel, it does help me, and my my channel allows it to exist. But at the same time, we do a lot of great stuff out there. All right. So if you have the ability to, I would appreciate it. We're currently only at like 1/6 of a normal night, which is weird, given that, you know, we got a lot of people in here and it's a pretty interesting topic. All right. The Floyd's Cannabis Shop is on there, and that's this one. And so I'm wondering if that's the 9 in the morning drive that they're going to use that for, because I absolutely do not think Koberger drove into Moscow on that direction. It's possible, you know, maybe he came in and he drove over here, came down, and then worked his way back around. You know, I don't know, but I don't think he went that way. I think Koberger got to Moscow in the morning by driving on the sand road right here, then coming up like this, and then right back in here, and then on the Indian Hills Drive. Don't all get started at once, everybody. Let's see. Forrest Dax, Crypto.com, financial records for Brian Koberger. And then, hey, thanks, Florence White. Then Grub Truck, video surveillance. See, that's all going to be in a line with the other ones from earlier. The Corner Club and Cafe Artista. And we've also got Grub Truck. We've seen that. Idaho Central Credit Union, bank records for Madison Mogan. Indian Mountain Lake surveillance records. Okay, let's see that. Where is that? Okay. Indian Mountain Lake. Oh, wait, is that when he was driving back? Hold on. Oh, yeah. Well, there you go. So that's where Koberger lives. So we'll just put in something over here. Indian Mountain Lake. And then Joanne Fabrics financial records. That's interesting. Wonder what that's about. That's a really interesting one there, right? Joanne Fabrics. Like, what was he making? Latah County Sheriff's Office Deputy Darren Duke's body camera. Latah County Sheriff's Office citation issued on August 21st, 2022. Marshall financial records for Brian Koberger. National Weather Service records for November 12th and 13th. See, they're going to show that it was cloudy on the day that Koberger said he was over at Wawaway Park stargazing. Numerica bank records for Kaylee Gonzalez. PayPal, Venmo financial records, hard drive provided on 4/5. PNC bank records for Brian Koberger. Pentel data records. Pennsylvania State Employee Credit Union. Petco financial records. Rite Aid financial records. Ross financial records. Or maybe they're just anything he had associated with. I don't know. Sunset Mart. What would Petco be? Oh, that's for Kaylee Gonzalez, though. And maybe that's regarding Murphy, but what would the value of that be, I guess? Sunset Mart, Target financial records, TikTok user records, TJX financial records, T-Mobile, Umpqua Bank, Under Armour transaction records for Brian Koberger, U.S. Chef Store, Clarkston, video surveillance. Yeah, that's... See, Cindy messaged me and said, Gray, do you think they thought he bought the K-bar knife at the chef store? And I'm like, no, I don't. Yeah, the chef store is just right here, look. The chef store is right there. And right here at 1236, the Koberger's phone is utilizing the same resources as Kate's Cup of Joe. Oh yeah, it's scared. Okay. I'm sorry, I misread that phrase. We'll get back to it in a minute. Kate's Cup of Joe used the same resources that Kate's Cup of Joe does. But at the same time, on this food chef store, the camera here filmed the white Elantra. So now you have... Oh, you can't see anything? Oh. That's right, I forgot. Forgot to switch it over. All right, so way down here is in Clarkston, Washington. Hey, look at it work. See, look at. Right here is the Kate's Cup of Joe, and while at 12:36, Koberger's phone utilized the same resources as Kate's Cup of Joe. Then at the same moment in time, at 12:36, a camera on this chef's store filmed Kohberger's car. I actually drove in this lot and looked around. But a camera filmed Kohberger's vehicle. And then right over here at this Albertsons, but on the way, Costco will pick up the vehicle driving by. And guess what? The vehicle will be missing a front license plate. And then it pulls into here. And when the vehicle pulls into here, an individual looking exactly like Brian Kohberger got out of the vehicle and went into Albertsons. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. Whenever you cover this case, the absolute losers of society, trolls, like to come in and it's just unbelievable. Yeah. So you'll just be hidden immediately. All right, you guys? If you come in and you're just a troll, you'll be hidden immediately and have to waste your time creating a new account just so you can troll again and also get removed immediately. So when the individual looking exactly like Brian Kohberger got out of the vehicle here, I'm saying that just to appease the pro-burgers who, well, how do you know it's him, Gray? There's a lot of people that look like Brian Kohberger that drive a white Elantra missing its front license plate using his cell phone. Wow. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. All right, back to this. So we have the U.S. Chef Store, Ulta, financial records, Verizon phone records for Ethan Chapin, Walmart surveillance and financial transaction records for Brian Kohberger, Washington Department of Motor Vehicle Washington Department of Motor Vehicle surveillance video for November 18, 2022, Washington Department of Motor Vehicle registration documents for Brian Kohberger, Washington Trust Bank records for Brian Kohberger, Wells Fargo Bank records, Winco financial records, Winco also for Kaylee, Madison. Maybe they want to see if he followed them. Oh, that's interesting. Like when all of them maybe went shopping together at Winco, or whenever any of them went to Winco, was Kohberger also at Winco at the same time, pretending to buy something but really stalking them. Washington State University WSU video surveillance for November 13th, 2022. Well, that's interesting. A hard drive provided, so that maybe their cameras on campus, you know. Maybe it shows them driving by. Oh, man. See, that's the thing I've always wondered about was at 9 in the morning, I think Kohberger, when he came in, he drove just like this, came in, and he wanted to see the action. So there's people out there that believe that Kohberger went back to the house to go to try to find the knife sheath. I absolutely don't believe that at all. I do not believe that he went there to go find the knife sheath at 9 in the morning, because most people would assume by 9 in the morning it would be swarming with police. All right? I mean, you'd think there'd be police all over the place. So I think he went there to see it. Hey, thanks, Cinnamon Sin Freak. Appreciate it. So I think he went there in the morning to, much like an arsonist would do. They go to watch the fire and watch all the reactions and get a thrill out of it. So I think he drove in, and I think that's exactly what he did. Now, did he drive? I think he probably figured out after he drove by, maybe he came back up and then he left, or he could have just turned around. I don't know what he did when he passed. He could have gone up here, turned around, and came back and left. I mean, there is. We don't have any video from 9 in the morning here. But he definitely, I think he came back to look. And just sort of admire his work. And then he left and went back. I think he may have left the knife sheath as a calling card. And that's why it's so cleaned. There's only one single source of DNA. Now, that could mean that there's other sources of DNA on the knife sheath. And they're mixed, and then it would sort of change what I think. But if it's literally that after searching the entire knife, they only found one single source of DNA,
then I would think he left it there intentionally. Because why would you clean a knife sheath? Read what, AIM? I don't know what you're saying. Read it. What does that mean? I like how most of the pro Brian Koberger peeps are ignoring the autism claims. Right. Yeah, they're doing that because it sort of hurts them a little bit, because they think that it's making it seem like, oh, wow, so you're sort of claiming he did it but don't want him punished as bad because of that? Or I don't really care, Moofies, what you're, I'm telling you that I think he left the knife sheath there intentionally if it's only got one source of DNA, because it would be absolutely idiotic to leave a knife sheath at a crime scene if you didn't clean it. Like, okay, how about this one? Why would you spend time cleaning a knife sheath that you were going to take with you? And now if there turns out that there's a whole bunch of other types of DNA on the knife sheath, then sure, then it's like, okay, he just dropped it on the bed and didn't find it. But I think it's very possible, because he's a serial killer studier, that's what he thinks. I know everybody wants it to be what Moofy says, and I guess we'll have to see how it turns out at the end, okay? But you guys know how it all usually turns out for you guys. He went back for whatever. That's ridiculous. If you think he went back at 9 in the morning out of desperation, you've got sort of mental. That's ludicrous. Okay, that's ludicrous. He already knew. Why didn't he go back at 5 in the morning? He already knew that he was missing the knife sheath, so he goes back at 9 when there's people all over the place. I mean, give me a break. It could just be that he left it there and he just thought, okay, he's got gloves on and everything's okay. Yeah, there's no way in hell he's driving back there to go walk around the crime scene and try to find his knife sheath. Man, there's no chance. That's just like illogical thinking. It's not common sense. It's outside of that. No, so he cleaned it to minimize. Give me a break. So he cleans the knife sheath to take with him to minimize. God, give me a break. Let's see. Yeah, he went back to watch the action, and he was kind of startled when there was nobody there. Yeah, he goes back and he says, "Oh my God, there's nobody there." But he just wanted to do a drive-by from a distance and check it out. I mean, he could have even just kind of drove in like this, looking from over here to see if there's something, and then completely turned around at that point because there's nothing going on. You can see from, I think from even like right here. Where was that? I think it was right here maybe. That just doesn't make any sense at all, man. Yeah, things don't always have to make sense, and they happen, but at the same time, when you're trying to use common sense to think that he cleaned the knife sheath, and then when he left, he cleaned it to minimize DNA transfer, and then he left it there, and then he was so scared that he didn't clean it well enough that he drove back there at 9 in the morning when there'd be people all over the place and try to see if he could find it. Does that make any sense? That you think that he cleaned it to minimize DNA transfer, and then he goes back to go try to find it in the off chance that he might have left something. I don't know. That just doesn't ring true to me. Let's see. But I guess we might not ever get to know the answer to that question, though. You know that? That's the sad part. We might not ever get to know. Now, in the case that he didn't clean the knife sheath, and there's mixed DNA all over it, they only found the single source on the button snap, then I would change my mind that he left it there intentionally or not. And then maybe he went back, I don't know if he would go back to go get it, Because it'd be just, what are you going to do? Drive over to the house and walk into the house again at 9 in the morning? Man, yeah, I think he thought that it'd be crawling with cops and ambulances, etc. Don't you? Seems kind of obvious. I believe he left it on purpose before, I believe, it went back to find it. Right. I mean, that's what I think. I mean, you can think whatever the hell you want to think. But I just think it's like, I like it when people use common sense and what's more likely instead of sort of what, this feeling that they've got, Yeah, he was super, that's why he felt like he was safe leaving the knife sheath there, because he was super obsessed with controlling DNA. That's why he would leave it there, because he's like, I don't care if they've got my knife sheath. I didn't leave anything on it, because he thought he cleaned it. But right under the button is a place you might forget. It could also be that he did intend to take it with him. And there's DNA all over it. There's just mixes. Maybe there's covered with blood, and there's blood from the victims and his, but the only single source of DNA was underneath the button of the knife snap, and then it would be, well, he probably didn't leave it there intentionally, but there's no way in hell he went back at 9 in the morning to go find the knife sheath when he easily could have went back at like 5 in the morning. I mean, the whole time he was driving, he surely knew he didn't have his knife sheath with him. So you think maybe he went back into his apartment and was just kind of dwelling on it, and then he drove over there at 9? I mean, why not 6 or 7? I don't know, man. 9 in the morning, people are up and about doing things. Wow. Jeez, that's a pretty good win there, Timmy. Told you. You're lucky, man. I told you that the other day, didn't I? So shouldn't I get 37? Let's see. He went back hoping to see the house crawling with cops. Right. But you guys, can we try to make things happen today on the show? We're just absolutely struggling again. We're not even at a quarter of the goal today. So can you guys, if you're out there and you regularly watch the channel and you know what we do here, if you could please help support the channel, that'd be great, with the Buy Me a Coffees, the Super Chats, whatever the hell it is. But we're way, way behind already on this show. I know that doesn't mean anything because I say this, seems like it's like a broken record these days. It's unfortunate. Yeah, I think it'd be great to be on that jury. It might be dangerous, though, because the nut job Koberger people, they're kind of similar to the Delphi crowd. Yeah. Yeah, it says SCRWD. I told you that said that. That looks more like screwed than scared, but I guess, I mean, R isn't anywhere near A, and W is next to E, but, so I don't know where you're coming from. Hey, thanks, Elisa Nelson. Sweet. Yeah, I know. It's just wild. I don't know what's going on again tonight, especially with this information. It's just crazy. Yeah, so it's kind of interesting reading this stuff right here, but Cindy J, the chef store is just a camera that filmed Koberger's vehicle. It has nothing to do with him going inside and buying a K-bar knife sheath. No, he would have cleaned the hell out of that thing. Right, he just didn't think of it. It just shows you that Koberger's kind of dumb. He's not, he thinks You know, I think it's like he's half-assing because he thinks he's just so, you know, like what Heather's saying right here. I think he's too arrogant to worry about cleaning under the clasp. He thought he had it cleaned. He just couldn't figure out why it wasn't all over the news yet and wanted to relive his glory. Yep, that's what I think. Hey, thanks, Amber Maiden, for jumping in. Hey, we made it to a third now. Thank you, Elaine Gerard from the UK. All right, you guys want me to try to turn that into a conversation? I think it might be easier to... So we'll look at it at the same time. You can be reading it on the screen, but I think it might be kind of cool to... GHI, let's see, Studio. And then we can look at it while we're doing it and sort of analyze it at the same time. All right? Sound good? I hope that I don't have to throw myself in prison again tonight. All right, where is the... This is it right here, right? No, that's this one. And don't forget to watch the video that I put out earlier. Hey, thanks. Ishi says. Thanks for bringing up the info with a heavy dose of common sense. Right, that's how you should do it. I mean, I know that people, for some reason, they find conspiracies and stuff really interesting, but I'm telling you that when you're in the true crime world, I would say 99.999% of the time, it's not a crazy, weird conspiracy that nobody, you know, but when there's these big cases like this and they've made an arrest, that's how they create content. Because if you say that it's not Kohberger, that opens up the door to virtually anybody, okay? It's crazy. And it's funny because they get rewarded for it and they should be just shunned and avoided. You know, so... do you want to do the 911 call, maybe? Let's see. Maybe we'll do it like this. Let me move this over so you can still see it. So let's pick a voice here. Maybe somebody named Natalie. Let's see what that sounds like.
(911) location of your emergency.
That doesn't sound too excited. Let's see. Is there a different person? How about this one?
911, location of your emergency.
Well, it's not 911. I like the first one. It read it better. Does that work?
(911) location of your emergency.
And then the answer, hi, something is happening. So we don't know if these are men or, you know, I guess they're saying A, so these are the same person. You want to just, I think it's a guy, right? The first person that got on the phone. All right, so we'll add that one, put that in here. Hi, something is happening. Yeah, I mean, if you know, the thing is, this might take a while, so I'll tell you what, I'll do it on my own, and I'll make a video where you can just watch it. All right, all of the different things, this and the 911 call, and the text messages. I'll put them to voice. So this would be, I think that one's a guy though. So let's see what it does so far. Hold on.
911 location of your 911 location of your emergency.
Hi, something is happening. Something happened in our house. We don't...
It might actually be kind of interesting though, right? And we only have one new channel member tonight, you guys. This would have been a perfect night for you guys to be gifting memberships because there's so many different people here watching that aren't channel members. Hey, thank you, Fitz. Very kind, very kind. So we got that one. Maybe I can just bring it back in. Let me just kind of get a block in there and see if it's worth doing. I don't like this guy's voice though. How about Evan? Is that better? And then this one goes back to Jenny again. And then this is the same as that one. Hey, look at that. Mike bought membership for Yaya Mooney. All right, let's see what it sounds like so far.
911, location of your emergency.
Hi, something is happening. Something happened in our house. We don't...
What is the address of the emergency?
1122, no don't.
22. And then I think it's kind of like, no, don't. Like whatever the hell that means. But A is a... Oh, A, how do you know A is a woman? I thought a guy is the one that made the 911 call.
1122, no don't.
How do you know that's a woman? Does it say that in there? Does it break down above, like who's who? And I don't know where you're coming up with that. I thought a guy was the one that made the 911 call first. Something happened in our house. I'm just copying the words. I didn't write it myself. Something happened in our house. Yeah, I know. Who said it? What are you talking about?
911, location of your emergency.
Hi, something is happening. Something happened in our house. We don't...
What is the address of the emergency?
1122, no don't.
So who's saying, are people saying that A is a woman? What's the list? Where's the list you're talking about? Come on, you guys. That's what I thought. A guy made the call. That's why I have a guy on there. But why are you saying in the chat it's on the list? What list? Oh, up here. Okay, I get it. All right. I just needed you guys to get me some help there. All right. So up here, A is a woman. Okay, you're right. I wasn't looking at that part. So that we do have a thing up here. We can easily do it then. All right. Make it maybe Aria and Aria again. I don't know what Aria sounds like. Some of these people sound ridiculous.
911, location of your emergency.
Hi, something is happening. Something happened in our house. We don't.
What is the address of the emergency?
1122, no don't.
These suck. I mean, it'd be cool if you could type in, hey, have more emotion. I mean, I don't think I'd say, hi, something's happening in my house. Please send. I'm going to make that do a different one here.
911, location of your emergency.
Hi, something is happening. Something happened in our house. We don't.
What is the address of the emergency?
1122. No don't.
Do you guys want me to do this? I mean, we could just go over it again. It's no big deal. Here, let me do it. This would be so much easier if I just go like that. There we go.
What is the rest of the address?
You know what I could do is just, oops. I think I can just put this all in. Let me make a new block. And then I'm just going to edit it later. I don't know if that's not a good way to do it. They don't let you just kind of highlight. Let me see. Does it let you do that? Just no. Yeah, it just seemed like it would take forever. I mean, I do stuff like this on my own, but it makes people bored doing it on these shows like this. Because you'd have to sit there and keep going through it over and over. Why don't we just review this again, though, on our own, all right? So, 911 call. 911, location of your emergency. Hi, something is happening. Something happened to our house. And our house, so that must be either Bethany or Dylan, right? We don't know what. We have, what is the address for emergency? 1122, no, don't. What is the rest of the address? Oh, King Road. Okay, and is that the house, or is that a house or an apartment? It's a house. Can you repeat the address to make sure that I have it right? I'll talk to you guys. This is somebody else. This is another woman. I'll talk to you guys. We live at the right, so we're next to them. We're right next to them. So it's probably a house like, hey, thank you. Buckshot. Very cool. So they're probably like this house right here, this one. Remember how they partied there a couple times? There is even a video of them partying at that house. So that's probably the house that that person's from. That's not what we were looking at. Glad to be back, freaks. All right, Buckshot. Very cool. Good to have you back. And then somebody else bought some memberships too, right? Buckshot, welcome. Then we had Amber Maiden bought one. Then T Chosen. Thank you guys for buying memberships. We're still looking to get GSU PM one. Somehow that doesn't seem to ever happen. Can you repeat the address to make sure I have it right? I'll talk to you guys. We live right, so we're next to them. I need someone to repeat the address for verification. The address is 1122 King Road. And what's the phone number that you're calling from? What's your phone number? They said to the person who owns the phone, which is Bethany Funk. And that's probably Bethany Funk that made the original call, I would think. What's the rest? Okay, and tell me exactly what's going on. One of our roommates who passed out, and she was drunk. So when you say one of our roommates, your guy A1 doesn't live there, so I'm not sure about the wording there. Hey, thanks, Allie Cake, for gifting a membership. Because it says, one of our roommates who passed out and was drunk last night, and she's not waking up. No, we saw, let's see. One of our roommates who passed out last night, and she was drunk last night. Let's see, one of our God, one of our roommates who passed out, and she was drunk last night, and she's not waking up. And then I think Bethany, who that's the person who lives there, said, no, we saw, or that could have been Dylan. So maybe Bethany Funk's phone was used by Dylan originally, and we always had that backwards. But she said, no, we saw, and she was probably going to mention this guy. All right, and then operator says, okay. Then the neighbor gets back on and says, oh, and they saw some man. See, she took the cue from no, we saw from Bethany or Dylan in the background. Then this person said, oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah, does that make sense? That's exactly how that went. So right here, Dylan and or Bethany tried to interject something less sinister. One of our roommates who passed out, and she was drunk last night, and she's not waking up. And then Bethany, and that just sounds kind of, mundane-ish, right? So then Bethany and Dylan jumped in and said, no, we saw. And then the operator says, okay. And then the neighbor said again, oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah. Right? Because Dylan and Bethany wanted to get it back on track, that it's something more nefarious going on. And then I think either Bethany or Dylan, it's A again, gets back on and says, hi. And the reason I'm saying that is because up above, A says, hi, something is happening, something happened in our house. The only two survivors are Bethany and Dylan Mortensen. Again, just trying to use common sense going through this. Yeah, that's crazy. No, we saw. That's just so crazy because that roommate, the neighbor, came on and immediately was like, "Oh, and they saw a man in their house last night." Yeah, and then Dylan or Bethany come back on and say, "Hi, and are you with the patient?" Okay, I need someone to keep the phone. Stop passing it around. And then Dylan or Bethany say, can I just tell you what happened pretty much? Then the operator says, what is going on currently? Is someone passed out right now? Man, I wish the operator would let her say whatever she wanted to say right there. But the operator obviously is focused on saving the life of somebody who's just merely, in her mind, passed out at the time. Right? I need some water. No, it's not what they were saying. And that wasn't the neighbor, it was Bethany, so you're wrong. No, we saw was by one of the roommates, Bethany or Dylan. Okay, so Goofy Girl, I just explained it to you really well there. You should have been able to catch on there. And then it says, oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah, hi. And are you with the patient? Okay, I need someone to keep the phone. Stop passing it around. Can I just tell you what happened? This is one of the roommates. This is Dylan or Bethany. They wanted to actually say what they observed. But the operator, wanting to save the life of the person who's passed out, said, what is going on currently? Is someone passed out right now? I don't really know. But pretty much at 4 a.m. and was trying to start her story. I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m. then the operator says, okay, I need to know what's going on right now. If someone is passed out, can you find that out? And then Bethany or Dylan said, yeah, I'll come. Come on, let's. We got to go check. But we have to. Somebody must have said, I don't want to. But we have to. Is she passed out? Yeah, so that means they walked over there. Somebody went a little bit further than the person on the phone call. Looked in there and now Dylan or Bethany is saying, is she passed out? And then she's passed out? What's wrong? So this person's having a conversation with somebody else in the house. She's passed out? What's wrong? The dispatcher said, dispatching Moscow Law Ambulance. So that's what she did. And then she's not waking up is what Dylan or Bethany said. Then the operator said, unconscious, 1122 King Road, out on her radio to the cops. Then another operator came on, 70 is en route. One of the officers or an ambulance, whatever. Then the operator, 911 operator, said, okay, one moment. I'm getting help started. Getting help started that way. Then Dylan or Bethany said, okay, maybe. And then 911 said, 112 King Road. All ambulance respond for unconscious 1122 King Road. And then Q2, a different person, another unit, said, I copy. Then the 911 operator said, I guess what we could see what that says up here for those other ones. Oh, they're just, it just tells you the gender of them. And then the operator said, 58 multiple RPs on the phone advised saying the roommate on scene is passed out and not waking up. Believe she got drunk last night, and about a male being in the room with them. It didn't really say in the room with them. It just said a male was in the house. And then somebody said Q1, another person said something being around. These are other operators again. And the 911 operator said, that one I copy, about 20-year-old female unconscious trying to get further. Copy. Yeah, it's that one I copy, about a 20-year-old female unconscious trying to get further. Copy. Then A2, that's a different person in the house, said, yeah, it's Evan, whatever the hell that means. And then Dylan or Bethany said, okay. And then the operator said, okay, and how old is she? She's 20. 20, you said? Yeah, 20. Here, do you want to talk to him? I don't really get that part. Who are you talking to? Like, yeah, 20. Here, do you want to talk to him? Meaning, she's talking to another person in the house. Yeah, 20, and then she's trying to hand the phone to somebody. Hey, anybody else in here want to talk to him? And then the operator says, okay, and then now the other person that Bethany or Dylan handed the phone to said, hello. Okay, I need someone to stop passing the phone around because I've talked to 4 different people. Okay, sorry. They just gave me the phone. Is she breathing? The operator asked. Then again, hello. And then the operator says, is she breathing? And then that other person said, no. Operator said, okay. Then the ambulance or the cop or whatever said they're en route. Then the same person that got the phone handed to him, Bethany or Dylan, I need you to talking to them, okay? So they need to be talking to the 911. I can't talk to them. I need you to talk to them. And then A came back on and said, okay, hello. So that just proves, again, that it's either Bethany or Dylan is A, right? 100% at this point. Because right here it says, Bethany or Dylan, I need you to be talking to them, okay? I can't talk to them. I need you to talk to them. And then either Dylan or Bethany said, okay, hello. Then the 911 operator said, okay, I have already sent the ambulance and law enforcement. Stay on the line. And then Dylan or Bethany said, okay. The operator said, is there a defibrillator available? Send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it. Why would there be a defibrillator available just in a... I'm not sure who she's talking to in this case. And then Dylan or Bethany said something that is unintelligible. And the operator said, the patient is not conscious, not breathing. Then it's unintelligible again. Then the operator says, okay, if there's a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it. And then Dylan or Bethany says, we don't have one. Right, exactly. Who the hell has this? Then somebody else said, unconscious, not breathing. So that means they got there. Like that's the 911 operator. Or not operator, like the ambulance driver or whatever it is. Like, they're in there saying, unconscious, not breathing. And then Dylan or Bethany said to that person, do you have a defibrillator? And then the other person in there with that other one probably came in as a pair, paramedics probably, Q1 and Q3, and said, yep. And then Dylan or Bethany said back to the operator, yes, we have one. Okay. Then the operator said, but are you talking to the officer? And then she said, yeah. Then the operator said, okay, I'm gonna let you go since he's there with you and can help you. Then Dylan or Bethany said, okay, thank you, bye. Then the operator said, okay. And then these other individuals, Moscow 46 out, copy. I think we have a homicide, is what Q4 said. Moscow engine 20 is en route, etc. Crazy, right? Absolutely nuts. All right, so we got that one out of the way. And let's go back to the other one. So these are text messages. It's this one is interesting. It's kind of all over the place in terms of reading about it, but let's see if we can. Here's kind of where it gets really interesting. In the case at bar, I guess the case at hand, or whatever the hell that means, starting on November 13th, 2022, at 2:10:29, Dylan Mortensen sends, so this is, about 2 hours before the homicides took place. Dylan Mortensen sends a text message to somebody named EG, which is the Uber driver, to inquire if he is driving. The state submits that this message exchange is not hearsay because it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. Instead, it would be offered to show a timeline for the night. Dylan Mortensen was awake and texting at 2:10:29, and then from 4:19:07 to 4:21:50, Dylan Mortensen attempts to call Bethany Funk, Xana Kernodle, Kaylee Gonzalez, and Madison Mogan. So isn't that crazy? Just like we were saying. So Koberger, this is amazing for a timeline, you guys, because at 4:19:07, Koberger's already out of that house. I bet you he was out of that house at 4:18:30, and maybe even a little sooner than that. Because remember in my videos, they hear the thud and the dog barking at 4:17, and then the vehicle drives away at a high rate of speed at 4:20. I would say that when Dylan Mortensen is calling Bethany Funk, Xana Kernodle, Kaylee Gonzalez, and Madison Mogan, that Koberger is still in the area, but he's out near his car, changing out of his clothes and switching into the clothes that doesn't have blood on it, and putting his other clothes in plastic bags. Because at 4:17 you hear that sound, and that's when he's leaving, and he heads out the kitchen. And at 4:19:07, Dylan would have felt safe that he had left at this point, right? So that means if he'd left a minute or so earlier, that's enough time to sort of think, okay, I think he left, right? It's crazy. Yeah, exactly. And see, this is exactly the opposite of what people were saying, Cindy and Zozo. Hey, Moxie Drapo, thank you so much. You remember how people said that when the kids got over there, they saw Ethan Chapin, and he was just kind of like in the hall there, and they couldn't open the door because he was, they had all these stories going on. But that's not the reality at all. It's Xana Kernodle. She was the one that was visible, and it says that right in the probable cause affidavit, where they could see Xana Kernodle, and then entering the room, they could see Ethan Chapin. So that means they came down the hall and they could see Ethan and they were like, oh my, Xana, and we're like, oh, she's not awake. Oh God, here we go. Here's that Paul Stanley guy, everybody. Ah, ha, ha. Yeah, see what I'm saying, man? These guys come in here, they're already repeating the same bull crap. Unreal. What do you mean first and last? What are you talking about, Cindy? Jesus, man. The Idaho mom reports this is where you find common sense. Let's see. At this Idaho mom reports. Is that their name? Oh. Yeah, I might be going to the trial. But I might, if it's streamed, I might be here and just kind of go there when there's days off, maybe go there sometimes. But if it's streaming, why wouldn't I be here streaming it with you guys? Instead of, like, you know, that's what we would want to do. I mean, let me ask you guys something. If it's streaming, don't you guys want me to be here streaming with you guys? I mean, I can always, you know, go there on a weekend and walk around and film stuff and talk to people, but like, I'm not sure. I mean, I guess if I was there, I could see the crime scene photos and so forth. I mean, I guess I don't know. Maybe I'll do a mixture. Yeah, I mean, it might be like a mixture of time. Not really sure, but yeah, it's like the only stuff that they're not going to show is crime scene photos. That's it. Okay, they're not going to show that. And I mean, although I think that would be useful information to see, just to know what the hell was going on. That's about I don't know, it's like a 4 or 5 hour drive. 6 hours, I think. Something like that. No, that's not what it was, Simpson. Yeah. That was 417, so it wouldn't be that. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Cindy. You're all over the place, man. Type in a full sentence asking a question, and then I'll be able to answer for you. I found, man, you guys are all over the place. It's just, come on. Common sense, everybody. Common sense. I'm just reading some of the comments, just like, whew, wow. It's not a legitimate question because you have the facts incorrect. And you'll have to go look it up yourself. I'm trying to find that part where Cindy made an error in her comment. Right. No, the PCA says that when they came in, they could see Xana Kernodle, but they could only see Ethan when they opened the door and went inside. That's what they said in the PCA. Okay? I don't know how any more clear I can make that than that, but that is what it is. All right. So let's go back up here. I think some of this stuff is the most interesting. Not even the conversation they had. It's the state submits the text message exchange is not hearsay because it will not be offered. But down here it says, Dylan Mortensen was awake and texting at 2:10. 29. And then it says, from 4:19 to 4:21, Dylan Mortensen attempts to call Bethany Funk, Xana Kernodle, Katie Lee Gonzalez, and Madison Mogan. All calls went unanswered, even to Bethany Funk, who was likely asleep at the time. The records of these calls are not hearsay, as they each do not meet the definition of a statement. Oral assertion, written assertion, or nonverbal conduct intended as an assertion under IRE 801. And right down here it says, and by the way, thanks everybody for up there helping support the channel. We're currently at about 60% of the goal, so if you guys have the ability to help support the channel, on this channel I actively try to get people to support the channel so that we can continue as a group to do all the great stuff we do while at the same time maintaining my channel's existence. Because when you do these live streams, there is no ad revenue, you guys. Just letting you know. None. It's just doing a show for the hell of it, you know. So Xander Kernodal, Kaylee Gonzalez, these are all people that you tried to call. Look at the time there. See, that means Koberger's already left. So that's a really cool little time line piece of information there. And then at 4:22, this is where it gets interesting in terms of text messaging. Dylan Mortensen to Bethany Funk said, "No one is answering." And then Dylan Mortensen wrote again, "I'm really confused right now." Dylan Mortensen to Gonzalez, "Kaylee?" Dylan Mortensen to Gonzalez, "What's going on?" So just remember, I mean, just 20 minutes prior to this, you know, you could hear them alive, still doing stuff. And not even just 20 minutes, 14 minutes, you guys. Because I have the timeline narrowed between 4:08 to 4:20, and that's 100% accurate what I'm telling you right now. It's between 4:08 and 4:20. So that would be the very earliest. It's really more like 4:09 because the car parks at 4:08. He isn't killing 1 second later. So that means he's got to put on, maybe he's already wearing whatever gear he's got, but he's got to put the little thing outside for him to change it into. So I would say he went into the house at 4:09, and then he goes into the house, and I think it's possible that Xana Kernodal was first because she's still awake and on TikTok doing things. And it might even be that he didn't get into the house until 4:12. He might have pulled up, waited for a while, watched through the window, made sure things were quiet, and then he starts going down. And then maybe while he's going down the hill at like 4:11 or 4:12, Xana Kernodal says, "Hey, there's somebody here," while in the kitchen, and then starts heading out. And then Koberger hears that and comes into the kitchen and races after her and chases them down into the room and attacks her, and Ethan's in there just barely awake, and he kills both of them, he thinks. Then he goes upstairs where his real target was Madison Mogan, and he goes up there, and when he goes into Madison's room, he's surprised to find out that there's two people in there. So he attacks Madison, and then Kaylee's fighting, and he kills both of them. Then he goes back down the stairs, and he hears Kaylee Gonzalez whimpering. And when he hears that, he realizes that a witness is alive. So then he walks towards her and says, "It's okay, I'm here to help you." And he attacks her, kills her, and she's probably even stumbling and walking. And he attacks her, and then she falls to the ground. There's a loud thud, and the dog's barking, and then he gets the hell out of there at that point. And even if he'd seen Dylan, he didn't have time. He wanted to get the hell out of there. And so I think that's my theory that kind of, and I think the killings happen in that theory between 4:12 and 4:17. Now you go, "That's too fast." Go watch the 7-minute video that I made. I made a video called 7 Minutes of Hell, 9 Minutes of Hell, and another one said something about 7 minutes. And 7 minutes seemed too long. I mean, you're sitting there waiting. You guys remember that, right? I mean, if you want, we can go do that again. I can play it on here if you guys are interested. Does anybody want to see that one? We can play that in a little bit. Hey, what's wrong with saying I'm psychic? Hey, thanks, Pancakes. Let me know if you guys want me to show you that one. And I just show you in real time, too. So here it is, Dylan Mortensen to Bethany Funk. No one is answering. I'm really confused. Dylan Mortensen to Gonzalez. Kaylee. Dylan Mortensen to Gonzalez. What's going on? Bethany Funk to Dylan Mortensen. Yeah, dude, what the F? Bethany Funk to Dylan Mortensen. Xana was wearing all black. Dylan Mortensen to Bethany Funk. I'm freaking out right now. Then Dylan Morton said, no, it's like a ski mask almost. And then Bethany Funk said, shut the F up, really? Because she had already, they must have talked about it prior to that a little bit. And then Bethany Funk to Dylan Mortensen. Actually, so there must be some text messages prior to this because Bethany Funk already knew about the all black comment. And then Bethany, and we know that because 219, she tried to, or 419 was trying to call. Obviously a cartel hit. These people are so stupid. It's just, oh my God. And then Bethany Funk to Dylan Mortensen. Actually, then Dylan Mortensen to Bethany Funk, like he had something over it. Now, Dylan Mortensen is filling in the blank and letting us know it's not Xana Kernodle because she says, like he had something over his forehead and a little in mouth. And then Dylan Mortensen to Bethany Funk. Bethany Funk, I'm not kidding. I'm so freaked out. Bethany Funk to Dylan Mortensen. So am I. Then Dylan Morton said to Bethany Funk, my phone is going to die. F. Bethany Funk to Dylan Mortensen. Come to my room. Run. Down here. So she took off and went down there. Where was the part about the scared thing? I don't even remember what part of the document that was. Do you remember where that was, Cindy? You guys want to see that 7-minute one now? Do some research. I'm not going. Hey, Dublin. You're a lunatic, okay? You can go believe all that shit if you want. It just isn't true. Koberger's the killer. You'll find that all out at trial. All right? And come back and apologize when you hear it, okay? Yeah, we've read that was what we just read the text, but where's the scared part? Am I missing something? Is there another? Oh, right here maybe. Starting at 10:23. Oh yeah, this is the next morning. Oh yeah, so the next morning 10:23. I don't know where that part was. Huh. Well, how do you spell it? What was it like? S. It was like SCR. Or no, it was. Yeah, it was. It was like that, right? Yeah, it's not even on this document. Or maybe those aren't words up here. Yeah. I don't see it. I don't see it here. Here comes all the trolls. Gray's doing an awful job going through the documents. I think I do a damn good job. You know that? I think I actually am able to weed through the bull crap and tell you what it really means. I just don't see that word anymore, though. Where was that? How was that spelling did you have for that word? Wasn't it? It was like scared, but you said it was something else. Like S, or screwed is what I thought it said, right? So it was SCR. It's in a paragraph. Oh, is it? Okay. So it's in one of these longer things up here. I just don't remember where that was. 429 calls Ethan Chapin. 424, Dylan Mortensen calls Ethan Chapin. This phone record, like others, continues. Oh, there it is right there. All right. So let's just do this part here then. All of the above declarations are present sense impressions and excited utterances. This is supported by Dylan Mortensen's grand jury testimony, where she indicates she just witnessed a startling event, i.e., heard noises in residence and saw an unknown male in the residence. The declarations indicate both Bethany Funk and Dylan Mortensen are trying to make sense of the startling event. contemporaneously or immediately following the startling event, i.e., no time for reflection or fabrication. See Dylan Mortensen, grand jury testimony attached on Exhibit S3. Hey, thanks, Sandy Shirley. Look at that. We got Path, Tech, Lisa, David, Fan, Sue Joy, Amy Sue, and Emeralda Real. Okay, and it says at 4:24:39, Dylan Mortensen calls Ethan Chapin, and the call goes unanswered. This phone record, like the other records of calls, is not a statement pursuant to IRE 801. Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk continue to text at 4:24:58. So there's a lot more text messaging going on. We just got that short little snippet. Calls Ethan Chapin. This phone record, like the other records of calls, is not a statement pursuant to LRE 801, and continue to text at 4:24:58. Dylan Mortensen texts Bethany Funk, "I'm scared though." Looks like it's like screwed, but it probably meant scared, right? "I'm scared though," and Bethany Funk responds, "Yeah, I know, but it's better than being alone," right? And so that makes sense. Screwed, those words, nothing makes sense right there. But if you're saying you're scared, oh, I know what it is. You know when people type in scared? I'm scared, SCRD. I've seen that. And that W just got thrown in there. I've seen the scared one. Okay, I get it. And at 4:27:47, Dylan Mortensen calls Gonzalez, and 4:24, Dylan Mortensen calls Kernodle. See, she's trying to get a hold of these people, but is too scared to go check on them. These are not statements. And wouldn't you be, by the way? Would you really want to in the dark after you saw a guy walking around? Now you would go, well, why not call 911? And the answer is because you're right in that middle gray zone area where all of a sudden you start calling cops and it turns into a bigger situation, but you're just not sure. And then at 4:32:57, Dylan Mortensen sends a text message to Gonzalez stating, "Please answer." This statement is present sense impression. So she's still awake. And this is really, though, I mean, time-wise, this is only 15 minutes after the killer has left. An excited utterance. The next morning, Dylan Mortensen sends the following text messages starting at 10:23. To Gonzalez, Mogan, and Gonzalez. Please answer, are you up, are you up? And that's probably when she finally, maybe she woke up after going to bed at 4:45 or something. And now she's up and she's checking on them and they're still not answering. And then that's when she's got somebody to come over because she's too scared to check. See, to me this makes sense, you guys. I know it's weird to some people out there, but I can see somebody acting like this. It's not even weird, or it doesn't make me go, oh wow, that's so weird. It just seems like a way that some people might think because you're too scared. I mean, all I could ever do is have like, I use the same damn example every single time, but I was younger, but who cares? It doesn't matter. It's the same thing. I was like 11 or 12 or 13. I can't remember the exact, but we were camping at Timothy Lake in Oregon. And before we went to sleep, it was like a day camp with like a bunch of people, but it was an overnight this time. And there was like, maybe 30, 40 people. We had tents. And before we went to sleep, they told all these Bigfoot stories. And I believed in Bigfoot when I was a young kid like that. And I was just sitting there going, oh my God, ooh. And it just was really creepy and scary. So I go to sleep. And I slept for a little bit. And then I woke up at some point and you hear this. So like, oh my God. And I sat there absolutely frozen, did not move for 5 hours, but I was awake the whole time and just hoping to God, and then when the light came on, I finally looked out and I saw somebody moving around, and it turns out it was just somebody snoring. But that's the same feeling. See? That's it right there. Hey, don't forget that subscribe button, you guys. If you're here and you know, I put out a lot of videos and we do a lot of different cases we've been covering. And by the way, you remember that case that we were covering with the girl that was found in dismembered in plastic bags? Well, now the FBI is involved, so now it sounds more like they're getting closer to a serial killer sort of angle on that one. I mean, that's pretty odd. Let's see. Oh, God. We got the crazies in here again. I'll think I'll get my information elsewhere. You're rude. You mean I'm rude to pro burgers like yourself? Sure, yeah. I will be, because you guys are an embarrassment. You intentionally are willfully ignorant people. Like, absolutely 100% willfully ignorant. Right. It is life experiences that drive us. If you hadn't had many. But that's exactly how I felt, though. Oh, yeah. That's right. Alan McMahon, he's a military guy. I've seen soldiers in combat who become so overwhelmed and shell-shocked that become non-functional, lasting 12 to 24 hours. Isn't that amazing, you guys? And so in this case, she was just absolutely freaked out, and it makes complete sense. But if you don't want it to make sense, you can talk to people in a way to make them look as bad as possible. It's easy to do. You know, I could easily sit here and go, God, how in the hell, you know, and just go on and on and on and drone on and on and on. But I actually get it. And here's another thing, too. Unless you believe that Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk are involved in the killings, it's irrelevant. Any other thoughts that when you go, God, why would you do that? Why'd you do that? You know, if you don't believe they're involved, then it doesn't matter, right? The thing is people who say that over and over again actually are suspicious of them. That's why they keep saying it. I never do, because I already went through all of it. I see it. I understand it. It makes sense to me. And it's just a complete waste of time. And weirdly, the other day when I made a video that said she heard everything, there's people that were defending Dylan saying, Gray, I mean, look at she could... What are you talking about? I just said she could hear everything. I mean, I absolutely don't think she has anything to do with anything. Absolutely zero. And nor Bethany Funk. I think, some people are just more mature than others in college, etc. It's just the way it is. And let me see, do I even have that camera anymore? Let's see. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, so right, look at this. This is the front of the house, and that's Bethany Funk's room. The front left window. Then that's the storage unit. That's the door that goes outside, and this is the stairs that goes upstairs in the living room. So when people came in, they could probably see Xana over here laying on the ground, and when they checked on her, they went, oh God, she's not moving, and came back a little bit. Right? And then later on, that's where Dylan Mortensen likely was standing, somewhere in that area, when Koberger walks by. And when Koberger walks by, he takes a right here. Okay, I have him go into the room, and then this is up the stairs, Kaylee Gonzalez, then Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonzalez right there, then down the stairs. And then when you go down the stairs, this door right here is Dylan Mortensen's room. So earlier, when he was leaving, he walked this direction and turned to the right. Here, I'll turn to the left, but this is what he would have done. And then he goes out the sliding glass door. Hey, thanks, Val Gal. From personal experience, I was scared to death, and I had a gun. Pity anybody that opened that door, and yes, I fell asleep too. After I sat there for 5 hours, I was tired, and then I called the police or something. I don't know what you say next, but yep. These text messages are not hearsay. Now let's go down here. 11:39. Dylan Mortensen has a text exchange with her father. These statements are not hearsay. I wonder what those were about. I don't know, because I don't know if they've called the police yet, or I don't know. These statements are not hearsay, as they will not be introduced for the truth of the matter asserted, but instead to show timeline for the morning of 11:50, and for that morning. Then at 11:50, 55 seconds, Still Mortensen receives a text message from Jay stating, "Bro, this text message will not be introduced for the truth of the matter asserted." At 11:50, Dylan Mortensen calls EA. This phone record is not a statement pursuant to... Let me check something. When was the... When was this? Does it have the time on it? Doesn't really have the time. Well, maybe it is up here. Let's see. Recording a transcript. 911 was discovered. Okay. I'm just looking for a time frame on it. Doesn't look like there's a time. If you know it, let me know. But it must be after those messages, I would think. Yeah, so 11:39, she has a text exchange with her father. Then at 11:51, she receives a text message from a person named Jay at 11:51 and a vandal alert at 1:04:01. So there must have been a time in between where she wasn't texting anybody. The state anticipates that both Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk will testify at trial. Yeah. And Taylor's going to try to make it seem like they're part of it. All right, you guys. Well, we're not quite at the goal yet. We're at like 75%. So if you're out there and you have the ability to help support the channel, that'd be awesome. If you like the work that I do. When I do these live streams, there's no ad revenue or anything like that. I mean, there might have ads pop up, but for some reason the revenue portion of it's just horrendous. So that'd be awesome. Sorry if it has been said, I think a little bit behind, but the spelling was definitely hitting the uppercase button instead of the A. Yeah, it could have been. Yeah, or she was just trying to type in scurd, like SCRD. I've seen that typed like that a million times. But yeah, I mean, there's enough letters there. No, I don't think so. Let's see. So what do you want to go back over? Anything in here? Oh yeah, the 7-minute one. That's right. But you guys, let's get to the goal though, you guys. Got to do it. We're not even there. With that many people watching, should be simple. I'm just looking for it now. Hold on. All right, here it is. Okay. Hey, thanks, Wise Child. Justice for Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan. Thanks for covering the facts. Hey, thank you. Very cool, very cool. All right, here we go. King. Here, I'll just do the whole video. It's only 17 minutes long, but you'll probably find it interesting. I made this on August 30th, 2023. And that's like a year and a half ago. It just shows you that my videos get buried. This one did get seen 45,000 times. 45,830 views on this video. But weirdly, a whole crop of other people have never seen it. Strange. That isn't the 3-point turn, by the way, that is mentioned. Hughes of Gray Hughes Investigates on YouTube. Please like, share, and subscribe to the video, and leave a comment at the end and let me know what you think. Today's video is showing the final pass number 4,
even at turning around and then going back to Queen and King Road and then doing a 3-point turn and then going around. But then we have a clock that times how long it would take inside the house to commit the murders at 1122 King Road of Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonzalez. So as you'll see on the video here, it's 4:05 in the morning, almost 4:06, and that's when the white Elantra does a 3-point turn behind the apartment complex at 133.
I think my music was too loud on that video, but hey.
30 Linda Lane camera viewing here.
Nobody says it's my best video.
That isn't the 3-point turn, by the way, that is mentioned on the probable cause. Now, right in this area, I think there's a lot more time taken when law enforcement says that the white Elantra tried to park or turn. I think it was sitting there doing something. Now, what camera, how do we know that it did that? How does law enforcement know that it did that? Is there another camera, or is it the audio on the 1112 King Road?
I think it's the lights
surveillance camera that picks up the audio and sound. They can hear it kind of backing up and doing certain things. So I think that takes a little bit longer than we had previously thought on different videos that I've made. I think it literally sits there and it's probably checking to see if the lights will turn off, because we know that Xana is like...
I don't know what that means, Sherry. Oh my God, Grace has already ran the clock. Bye, folks. What does that mean? I don't even know what that means. I have no idea. Does anybody know what that means? Can anybody figure that out?
He's still awake at 4:05 and 4:06 because she had just received a DoorDash delivery. So here's where the vehicle takes a 3-point turn, then heads back down east on Queen Road, and this is the final completion of pass number 4. As you'll see, it'll go back behind. It'll pick up on the camera, and this is the Linda Lane camera.
Here we go, you guys. Here it comes.
Behind,
here it comes.
And you can see the time right now is 4:07.
You'll realize that 7 minutes is too long.
And here
I could probably just do my own. So right now it's heading back behind there at 4:07. See the clock up in the upper right? That's the exact time. Look at this. So this is why I say park right around 4:08. And then when he's sitting here, I think he gets takes out like blood mitigation stuff, like a bag, plastic bag, and he's getting ready. Now on this one, I have him going in probably like at 4:09, but I think he could have gone in at like 4:12 and left at 4:17. And I think 4:12 makes sense because that's when Xana's phone quit using TikTok, and she was awake. And remember how there's a DoorDash bag in the kitchen, so that means she went there. Oh my God, Gray has already ran the clock. Okay, is that what that means? Okay. All right, that's girl code then, Laura. Hey, good way to figure that out. All right, we're 50 short, you guys. If you get 50 more, I'll donate 5 memberships, and we'll reach the goal. That'd be good. But we don't have many coffees either tonight. Maybe, yeah, got a couple of them. Oh, thanks, GSU PM. And also, somebody got me a coffee that I missed. So thank you. GSU PM. All right, let's see. So I'm just going to move it forward. Let me just leave the audio on.
Here he is getting out of the vehicle.
So look, it's 4:09 and 41 seconds, right? I think it could be 2 minutes after this. Okay, given this amount of time. You'll see that now, watch. But now we're going to go inside the house, and you'll be shocked at how much time there is at each location. And you'll realize that, wow, this could have been a lot quicker. So a lot of people don't take the time to really sort of understand timing and time. They just go, oh, it could never happen. What I understand, Gray, is how could one guy go in there? I mean, listen, these people are all intoxicated, sleepy, and he's in there wide awake, jacked up, with a K-bar knife. All right.
Illustrated by the red dot, and goes down into the woods. Now, I have him entering the house at around 4:10.
All right, so we can add 2 more minutes to that.
So right about now, enters the house, and I have elapsed time. So that's a ticker down in the bottom left-hand corner, keeps track of the elapsed time while inside the house.
Right, so now he goes right up to Madison's room.
I also believe that when Dylan heard...
Does this seem anything weird about this? It seems like a normal amount of time, 14 seconds to get upstairs.
What sounded like Haley playing with the dog, that's when the attack occurred, and that's right around here at 4:10.
Yeah, so I even waste time going into Kaylee's room. Madison was the target.
So right now, you'll see that the clock is going to sit here for 2 minutes. He went into Madison Mogan's room, and the clock is just going to tick here, and you can use your imagination as to what happened in that room. But as you'll see...
Yeah, so look at this, you guys. Right now, he's in the room attacking them. How long, don't you think, right now, Madison probably is dead already? I mean, he's just stabbed her, and, you know, he's already been in the room for 45 seconds or so, right? I mean, don't you think that? Like, when you're just watching this, just look how much time this is, you guys. It just goes on and on. You're almost sitting there just going, wow. Because right now, let's say right now, Kaylee's like, okay, hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? And he starts attacking her, and, you know, maybe she's fighting back some more, and he's attacking her again, and then she kind of slumps over, and look how long you're just going to be sitting here when it's already been over at this point. I gotta make one that's my theory, the exact order, because I actually think that he got in the house around 4:12, and I think that's exactly when Xana saw him around that time, and that's when they were killed, he thought. Then he goes upstairs and kills them up here, and then on the way down he hears the whimpering sound, and then he went back in and says, "It's okay, I'm here to help," to calm Xana down, and then he kills her, and then there's a thud sound, and then he leaves out through the passes Dylan Mortensen and goes out the sliding glass door. I think that theory makes almost the most sense of all of them. No, I think 4:17. I think 4:12 to about 4:17. I think it was 5 minutes. Look at this, you guys. This is still in Madison Mogan's room. Doesn't this just feel like ridiculously too long at this point now? If he's literally in there, he's like, oh God, and he kills them, and then... Alright, so now he's exiting this room, and there they are on the bed. The new position is she's sitting in the corner, slunched over. This is an old video, though. And then you go down the stairs, Madison Mogan, and there was Ethan right there, right? This is just a random theory that I had before, and he's like, stop, get out. Alright, now look at this. It's 4:12 and 57 seconds at this point. And all of that was reasonable amount of time going down the stairs, etc., right? So here we go. 2 more minutes. It's crazy. The elapsed time total right now is 3 minutes and 19 seconds. You see how this could all be 5 minutes at this point? You can just see it. There was no map there, Amy. Nobody drew a map for him. He just sat outside and watched, and you could see the people going up the stairs through the window. And he realized if he goes through the kitchen, there's probably some stairs right over there. Real simple stuff. Real simple house, really. God, people are crazy, man. And look how long this is. Now we're at 4 minutes. Oh my God, 4 minutes now. He's still just fighting with Ethan Chapin right now. You know, just this long, drawn out. I'm just making the time work for 7 minutes. It's ludicrous at this point. I think at this point he's already been able to kill Ethan Chapin and Xana Kernodle in this amount of time. See? It's wild. But we'll just go through it because this shows you exactly the amount of time I'm referring to, where this is a 7-minute video and it shows you how ludicrous amount of time that is. Yeah, it's crazy. Blah, blah, blah. But yes, you guys, we're now 48 short of me giving away the 5 memberships. And if you guys want, if you guys can do 9 memberships out there, I'll donate 5 myself. Now look, this is after he attacked Ethan. There's Xana in the room. Okay? So all that time was just with Ethan. So I'm being really generous with the time here, right? And now we're going to have to wait again for 2 more minutes or so for the Xana Kernodle portion. But doesn't it feel already this could be over at this point? This is 5 minutes and 33 seconds. There's been so much waiting in each of the rooms. Come on, you guys. 9 more memberships. I'll donate 5. Nobody made me change anything, Cindy. Now, I don't know, we don't know the order of, like, maybe Ethan was out in the hall first, and then he goes into the room and he attacks both of them, and it just happens to be where people fall. But when you say somebody made you change something, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. But look at this is how much time that's in the room attacking. Hey, there's one. Okay, 8 more to go, you guys. 8 more to go. Try to get as many members as we can tonight with all the new people watching. It'd be great if they wanted to become channel members themselves, though. Oh, yeah? But look at... So for those watching right now, don't you feel like this is a ludicrous amount of time? Like when people say, oh, there's no way he could have... So look, he's in there, he's already killed. So this is the order. That back then was wrong. But later, when we read through the documents how you could see Xana in the hall, then we changed it up. And so right back there, did you guys see that? Did you catch that? The Dylan Mortensen. Here, let's do that again. Watch. Right, so that's when we thought Ethan was in that area. This is a year and a half ago. So right here, now look at right in that room, you can see Dylan Mortensen looking out. Boom. I bet you that's exactly how it went. Just like this, out the door, and she knows that he left through there. Okay? And look, so that was 7 minutes and 10 seconds. Put a 1 if you felt like that seemed like way too long of time. You didn't realize in yourself, like, wow, that is a long time. Because I showed him moving at a normal speed to each area. And there he comes getting out. Oh, look at that. Now we just need 6 more memberships, you guys. 6 more. Is there anybody here that after seeing this, you've changed your mind and realized that that's a hell of a lot of time? Put a 8 if that's true. Type in an 8 if you realize that now that you've seen this, you go, oh, geez, no wonder, Hey, cool. Yeah, so when you hear people keep trying to tell you over and over and over again that there's man, how could one person do it? Just go, because you can, it's yeah, there you go. That's pretty sweet. Very cool, you guys. So hit that subscribe button if you're not a subscriber, and hit that like button for me. We've got 891 likes, which is pretty good, I gotta admit. That is pretty good. See if we can get to 1,000, though. That'd be pretty awesome. Thank you, Sarah Reesness. That counts too. So that we need 5 more, either $5 or 5 memberships would be cool. Sozo's stuck in an ad. I can't believe there's even an ad on here. Even if there is, I don't know what they barely do anything at the end of the day. Stuck in an ad. You can't hit the skip button? Man, this has been a pretty amazing week or so here in the Idaho 4 case. So much, actually more like a 3-week period. A lot of really sort of new, completely new information. A lot of DNA stuff that came out. There is some new stuff. They want to try to ban David Middleman, the Othram Labs guy, from testifying. And I guess the only reason I would guess that they would want that is because in their limited time trying to do forensic genetic genealogy, that they actually were on the right path. And that's part of the tree that the FBI had, and they don't want them to be able to say that. And they've also said stuff like it was inevitable. It is true. It is inevitable. These guys that do this FGG, and look at that, 4:20 and 11 seconds. But we can actually change that now because we have the exact time now that that car is driving away. So you notice how I have him here. He's putting in his, changing the clothing, making sure that he's doesn't have any blood in the car, and he takes off. But look what time I had him coming out to the car. He was already at the car at, let's see. Look, I mean, that's wild, isn't it? I have him out at the car at 4:17 and 32 seconds. Exactly what I've been saying. So look at that. He's at the car, and at this point, that's when the dog was barking. You heard the thud. He goes out to his car, and then in a minute or two is when Dylan starts trying to get a hold of people. Remember at 4:19 and 2 seconds or so? Pretty interesting. All right, guys, we need 5 more memberships. Come on, Cindy, you can get one for somebody, right? 5 more memberships, and then I'll give 5 out myself. Now and then we got a Lisa Valenzuela coffee. We'll add that in. We need 4 more now, or 20, or 4 5s of any sort, and I'll donate 5 memberships. Who's doing it, man? All right, now we're at 18. And we had Maxine. No, GSU has not been gifted one yet. It's amazing. Like I don't think we've ever tried harder to gift a membership to one specific person, but that's not, YouTube doesn't allow you to choose anybody. It's just random. All right, 18 more, and we get to the 5 memberships. Well, there you go. What do you guys think? I really kind of believe in my theory that Xana and Ethan were first, and third. First and... Oh, I guess that's what you were talking about earlier. Yeah, first and last. Yeah. Like, she was actually first attacked and then attacked later. Wow, look at that. Rainy Joe and Wise Child. Okay. GSU PMGs. Virginia Wolf. Justin, Sarah, Terry, Patty, and Cynthia. Welcome. All right, now I am going to gift... Right, where is it? How come at the bottom of my screen it doesn't have the dollar thing? What's going on? Oh, there it is on this one. Yeah, but what's weird is on this one it doesn't have the... Alright, let me try this again. Pop that out. Okay, this one has it for some reason, but that one doesn't. Membership gifting, and here is 5 then. Why do I think what? I've said it twice already, tonight even. All right, there we go. Amanda was gifted one. Callie Nurse Lori, Seltz 1967, and Rhonda McMullen and Cecilia. What? Oh my God, are you trying to troll me tonight? Thank you. There we go. I don't see Ted Bundy. You saw Ted Bundy? Let's see. Oh, there is Ted Bundy. All right. Thanks, Ted Bundy. They don't support my channel as much as they used to. I must have offended them somehow. All right. Are you talking about the Xana Kernodle? Why I think she's first? Want me to do it again? Hey, no problem, Dave. So here's the thing. Just listen to this and just kind of visualize it in your mind, okay? Just visualize it. The DoorDash driver, he gets there at like 4 or something. They get their food. And Koberger in the white Elantra show back up at like 4:05. Then they turn around in front of Queen Road, number 500, number 12. Turns around, drives back down, does a 3-point turn at Queen and King. Then turns around and goes back behind 500 Queen Road. And then eventually drives by the camera again, and then at 4:08 parks the car. And then I think he sat in that car for 3-4 minutes. Not in the car, maybe not exactly in the car, but he was getting ready to do what he was going to do. And he got blood spatter mitigation in place, etc. Then around 4:12, he goes into the kitchen, right around that time. And I think that might be when Xana was in the kitchen putting that DoorDash bag in there, and then maybe looks out and sees somebody kind of coming down the hill or so, coming down, and is like, hey, somebody's here. And then he heard her say that, and when he comes in, he quickly followed her, and then Ethan's there, and then he attacks both of them, thinking he killed both of them. Then he goes upstairs to attack Madison, which was his real target, and was surprised to see that Kaylee was in the room, and he attacks both of them, and he kills them. Now on the way down, just 5 minutes later, or maybe 4.5 minutes later, he hears whimpering and realizes that he did not kill Xana Kernodle. And so he goes towards her and says, it's okay, I'm here to help you. And then he stabs her and kills her. She might even be up and trying to get out of there. And then, in the room perhaps, and then collapses to the ground. The thud sound. The dogs are barking. Then he exits the house at 4:17 and something passing Dylan Mortensen on the way out. And then goes up the hill and goes to the vehicle. So that's my theory, and it sort of puts everything, it's clear, it makes sense, it's sort of like a lot of different things. The DoorDash bag being in the kitchen, it takes a few minutes to eat your food. 10 minutes is about right, so she gets it at 4:10 or so, 11, walks into the kitchen to put the bag in there. Maybe there's a little bit left, who knows, right? Doesn't that make sense? Yeah, it makes sense. And I'm saying this knowing that it might not be the way it went, but it just makes sense. Because the other way that you would think about that comment would be like this. He goes upstairs and he attacks Madison and Kaylee first. Then he goes downstairs and he attacks Kaylee. Not Kaylee, Xana and Ethan, because they happen to be moving around and saw him. Then he goes, holy crap, where's my knife sheath? Then he goes back upstairs, can't find it. Then he goes down again, and then hears the whimpering, etc., and then kills Xana for a second time in his mind, and then he leaves. So that would be when he says, it's okay, I'm here to help you, on that trip down. So that would be the other one, because you have to make the comment that says, it's okay, I'm here to help you, The only person saying that is Brian Koberger. Okay, it's not Ethan Chapin. So why would he be saying that? He's not saying that to somebody on the first attack, right? Because nobody's injured. Like he wouldn't just walk in to attack Xana and say, "It's okay, I'm here to help you," and there be for what? He's saying it to somebody that was already injured and wants to sort of slightly comfort them so they don't scream, and then attacks them. Okay? Doesn't that make sense? So the fact that he says, "It's okay, I'm here to help." God, this is just... I feel like I'm in the, like, it's really bright. My face is like blown out. Wait, I want you... What do you guys think about what I just said about the... "It's okay, I'm here to help you." You're only saying that to somebody that's already injured. And he wouldn't say it in the middle of an attack. Like he's already stabbing Xana and Ethan, and he goes, "Hey, it's okay, I'm here to help you." That just sounds stupid, right? So he's only saying it again after he's coming back to somebody who's already injured. And so I'm putting all of this into that theory that I have. Xana first, Madison Kaylee, Xana last, passes Dylan Mortensen through the kitchen and leaves. Right, the first one he wouldn't double back that many times, right? In the other story, the second story, I mean. The one I'm saying is perfect. He just attacks Xana and Ethan, goes upstairs, and on the way down he just hears one of the survivors attacks him and then leaves. There's no double backing. He just went back and one time to do that. The other one, where you have him going up to Madison Mogan's room first, then he goes downstairs and attacks Xana and Ethan. Then he goes, "Oh, where the hell's my knife?" Goes back upstairs and looks for it, and then comes back down and kills Xana again, because he wouldn't say, "It's okay, I'm here to help you," on the original attack. So he has to have left and then come back. See what I'm saying? Well, there's Ted Bundy again. Right. No thanks, Jenna. No thanks. They're all garbage. Yeah, they all do the same thing. You know, see, mediums are bullshit, Jenna. Just know that for certain. And here's the thing. Wouldn't I make a great medium? Wouldn't I be incredible? Watch this. Watch this. Look at it. I see him coming in, and I see him seeing there's somebody in the kitchen with a bag of some sort. And the person with the bag says, "Oh, there's somebody coming. I see it." And then, I hear him screaming. I heard the girl with the bag screaming, but she doesn't have the bag anymore because she left it. You know, I could go through the whole damn thing, and by the time I was done, you'd go, "Wow, that's a great story." And then, see, these people are garbage. They're probably pretty intuitive people that can think through a case, but and then they come up with things that are reasonable sounding and based on information that is available to speculate on. And then everybody gives them all this credit. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, I bet you I should have a sideshow channel that's just all about, like, Spirit Box. Let's try it. Let's try it right now. Hold on. Stupid as be. Where is it? Where is it? At a hut. Stupid. Gilligan, little buddy. Skipper. Man. Match it. Yeah. Yeah, that gave me all the answers. You guys could hear it, right? Now listen to it really carefully again. Let me tell you what it really says. Watch this. It says at a hut. The first part is at a hut. Listen. See that? At a hut. Okay, but it's really a house. So we are in a house here. Now let's have the house. Oh, stupid. Did you hear that part? Oh, stupid. Yeah, that's the part I agree with. Okay. Come on, Jenna. Jesus, you gotta, don't, when somebody has those little things, it's garbage. I don't care what month they did it, all that stuff, you know. What date did you say, though? You said something about the 2022. What was the date again? Gilligan, little buddy. Skipper. Those spirit boxes are so fake, and so are the mediums. Yeah. Yeah, a week after the killing. Right. So he was just like the rest of us. The psychic. Yeah, so don't ever watch him again, please. It just... Does anyone consider another person... No, there wasn't anybody else involved. Yeah. Yeah, we considered it until we didn't. You know what I mean? Like, at the beginning, nobody knew what exactly would happen. As soon as they arrested Koberger and all the information started coming in, that's it. There isn't somebody else. I did hear there was a White Elantra convention that they held at 3:30 in the morning that night, though, which is amazing. I didn't say when Zozo. See, you missed the story again, Zozo. God, you did it again. That was the other version that I said. That's the other one. Okay. My theory is that Xana was first. Ah, man, come on. Are you doing that intentionally? I just threw that out there to go, yeah, there's the other theory that I used to have that would be like this one. My theory is that Xana and Ethan were first. Okay? Then he goes upstairs because Xana was awake, and TikTok is a time frame that means that's when they were originally attacked and she wasn't on TikTok anymore. Then went upstairs and killed Madison and Kaylee. Then on the way down, heard the the whimpering sounds and said, "It's okay, I'm here to help you." Attacked Kaylee or Xana, and then she fell on the ground with a thud sound, and then he left, passing Dylan Mortensen on the way out. That's what I said. I'm not sure which one you're referring to. The other story was just one to make it work. Oh yeah, let's see. He killed Madison and Kaylee, goes downstairs, kills Xana and Ethan, and then he goes, "Oh shit, where's my knife?" Goes upstairs. That's in the theory that he left the knife sheath there intentionally, unintentionally. I'm not sure what you're talking about, man. Man, just we have certain car conventions in my town at 3:30 a.m. all the time. Yeah, the White Elantra versions. I bet you she wasn't listening, Zozo, to what I was saying. She's often busy. Here's parts and then comments. I don't know. I definitely that was just the offshoot old theory that I had before to make the "it's okay, I'm here to help you" comment work. In that case, yes, he would have had to have left the knife sheath there accidentally. Right? But that's not what I believe. I think he went in and he killed Ethan and Xana, and then when he killed Madison, he could have left the one there as a calling card on that one. I don't even know, though, right? I think it's possible that the knife sheath is a calling card. I feel more confident on the theory, the order that I'm talking about. Maybe I know what it is. Zozo keeps being sent back in time, so she doesn't realize. Right, she doesn't like this case. I know she doesn't like it. Yeah. I think Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, and something she scratched or I think for me, this is one of the most interesting ones. So it sucks when you have friends that aren't interested in it, because then it's like, I like having all the new information to put it together. I've told you guys she doesn't like the case. Is your theory Brian drove to the same route the next morning to check out the scene? No, I think he just drove right down the highway the next day. That's not part of a theory. The 9 o'clock in the morning. I just think he drove there to check it out. Oh, thank you. I'm not a troll. Believing them, huh? What are you guys talking about? That's kind of interesting, having a name like blah blah blah. She was so far off. Who? Are you guys talking about psychics again? Whose source? I don't know. You just have to keep checking it every 5 minutes. You know, that's really how it works. But I guess the ones that say new are the new ones. Isn't that amazing? Yes. Listen, psychics are just not something. I mean, I'm kind of shocked how many people believe in that stuff. It's just unbelievable. There's a guy that. Do you guys know a guy named Jim? Or do you know a guy named Jim, or does a Jim know you? Yeah, like my cousin Jim. Yeah, your cousin. Oh yeah, we can do that one. That was from Trailer Park Boys. That was pretty good. You know a Jim, or does a Jim know you? Oh, like my dad Jim? Yeah, my dad. Maybe BK thought the police would be everywhere the next morning and wanted to offer to help, just like Zodiac. Yeah, it's just... Anybody want to go over any of these things again? I can. It's time for me to dust off that annual joke. What was it? Oh, I missed that part. As Plato said, psychics are a bunch of bunk. My numerologist told me so. There you go. There you go. Okay. The sound is not low. The sound is absolutely perfect. If you want me, I can talk like that, though. It can be a lot louder. On motive? Yeah, he's just... I think it's sort of like... I think his motive is just like what, you know, like a normal serial killer motive would be. Just kind of... He wanted to kill. He probably hated them because they're really... You know, good-looking people, popular and fun, and he's a loser, psycho, you know, incel type. Although now he's really hot. You know what's amazing is he became really hot to a lot of women out there because he killed forced college students. Because prior to that, he couldn't get a date, and when he did, he'd say, "You have nice birthing hips," okay, which is not. Way worse than saying your eyes look like a lizard. Okay. I never heard that before. What? Not sure what you're referring to. The tarot card lady that named a specific teacher early on was wild. Oh, Jesus. Give me a break. Let's see. Even after giving birth, I would be offended by that. You have nice birthing hips. Ah! What a ridiculous. Yeah, what's worse? Hey, your eyes look kind of like a lizard, or you have nice birthing hips. I think even everyone else knows that, right? Right. Yeah, that's what I think. What do you think, Joshua? What do you think he is? Kind of something similar? Not an incel. He's not a psycho. He's not an incel. Oh, I love the guy. Oh. Hey, Jip, when's your first date going to be? I'm just curious. Have you already started writing him letters? Does he write back and say you've got nice birthing hips? Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked at all. Like, when was the first letter you wrote to him? Did he respond to you? He's not a psycho nor an incel. He's hotter than hell, everybody. Yeah. Any new info came out from what Ann said? Do you think this will... Any new info come... Well, I'm not sure what you're saying. Any new info come out from what Ann said? Do you think this will continue? Well, I think more documents will come out for sure. She did... I thought it was amazing that she pretty much admitted that the Kohberger's vehicle was spotted at 329 just down the road, a quarter mile away. Don't you find that interesting? I mean, what happened to your stargazing at Wawawe Park? Gray, both can be true, you bastard. Yeah. Oh my God, I just realized this is the only way BK could get crazy women to like him, to be a murderer. I know, it sucks, doesn't it? How many? I think Zozo's like you're like 10 minutes behind or something. Let's see. Okay, Zozo said, Plato, haha, that joke reminds me of... How many of you believe in telekinesis? Raise my hand. Raise my hand. So you have to raise my hand. No, I'm not behind Zozo, because a minute ago you started saying, well, how does that work with the sheath being left intentionally? That wasn't even my theory. I threw out the other theory that we talked about a long time ago. But you went and focused in on that one. My theory was that Xana was first, and Ethan, then Madison and Kaylee, and then when he's going downstairs, he hears the whining, and then he kills, not whining, the whimpering sound, and then he kills Xana, and then he leaves. That's it. And it's all based on the DoorDash timing, etc., and what was said. So I don't know what your comment about, not leaving the knife sheath on the bed or whatever. It's just not. That was an old theory that I threw out there. Like that was the other one, and in that case, he left the knife sheath there accidentally. Right. It doesn't work with my knife sheath as a calling card in that story. The cops didn't want Kohberger, so he went out on his own, in my opinion. What does that even mean, man? I don't even know what that means. What does that even mean? The cops didn't want Kohbug, so he went out on his own, in my opinion. Oh, you mean they didn't want him to work for them, so he went out and started killing? Right. You know what he wanted to be? Dexter. I actually think he wanted to be Dexter, but an evil Dexter. Like, he wanted to work among the cops, but he was still going to be out there killing and getting away with it. Something like that. Probably. Hey, Jip, how many letters have you written to Kohberger at this point? Just curious. Does he respond to any of them? This is a freak show. Baha, circus clowns. No, hey, Jip, guess what? We know what you watch. You watch an actual clown on YouTube. A person who dresses up as a clown, and you sit there and believe what they're telling you. Now, you got to be embarrassed about that. Let's be honest. Let's see. It looks like one of those hackers hired the viewers again tonight. I don't think so. Tonight was a legitimate night. I'll show you. Watch. Well, it just goes like this. It goes up and then it actually goes down. It went up high because of the content. Breaking news, text messages, etc. And it's slowly gone down. If it was the hacker one, you'd see it go like this. This isn't one of those nights. Yeah, this is a normal one for some reason. Now it's just because of the content, the story was pretty interesting. Breaking news. Does anybody got here late want me to go back over? It doesn't take that long to go back over the. We could do the 911 call again and the text messages. Do you guys want me to do that? I can do it. There's probably people that got here late. Okay. Even if I just get one, I'll do it. But when you're out there, don't forget to help support the channel. We got to a goal, but it's always better to beat the goals. Let's see. All right, so that's a 911 call. I just want to see. Passed out. Yeah, let's just do the actual, text of the calls and so forth. So up here, there's I guess you call it like a legend or something. And so on the side, it says like there's a queue of dispatcher, Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4, and Q5. Those are all, Q is the dispatcher, and the other people, Q1, Q2, Q3, and Q4, Q5 are all like law enforcement or EMS, things like that, right? And then A here, anytime it says A, it's either Bethany Funk or Dylan Mortensen, and then the other ones are other people, like neighbors. The A1's the neighbor. A2 is a guy that they handed the phone to at one point. All right. So here we go. 911. So Q says 911 location of your emergency. Or 911 location of your emergency. Hi. This is Dylan or Bethany. Hi. Something is happening. Something happened in our house. We don't know what. We have. What is the address of the emergency? 1122. No, don't. So the no, don't is talking to somebody else. Then Q. What is the rest of the address? King Road. Okay, is that a house or an apartment? Wait, hold on a second.
It's a house.
God. That was like a perfect time for that one. Look at that. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, it's like they're asking questions, but that's what those people are, though. You guys see that right there? That was perfect. Watch this. Okay, is that a house or an apartment?
It's a house.
Can you repeat the address to make sure that I have it right? And that actually sounded about right, though, didn't it? I'll talk to you guys. A1 said, and we live at the right, so we're next to them. So this is a neighbor, A1 is. Operator, I need someone to repeat the address for verification. The neighbor said, the address is 1122 King Road. The operator said, and what's the phone number? that you're calling from. And then the neighbor said, what's your phone number, to Bethany Funk? And then Bethany Funk gave the phone number. Then the operator, and then she didn't finish it, so the neighbor said, and what's the rest of it? Then the operator said, okay, and tell me exactly what's going on. Then the neighbor said, one of our roommates, which isn't really one of his roommates, or her roommates, because they don't live in the same building, who passed out, and she was drunk last night, and she's not waking up. And then the Bethany and Dylan said, no, we saw, okay, and they were about to say a guy walking around. And we know that because the operator said, okay, and then the person, the next door neighbor said, oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah. Then all of a sudden, Bethany or Dylan grabs the phone and says, hi. Then the operator said, are you with the patient? Meaning Xana Kernodle. Okay, I need someone to keep the phone. Stop passing it around. Then either Dylan or Bethany said, can I just tell you what happened, pretty much? I think this is probably Dylan, but then, because she was one observing things. Then the operator said, what is going on currently? Is someone passed out right now? Then Dylan likely said, I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m., she wanted to tell her story right now. She wanted to say, but pretty much at 4 a.m., and this does sound like Dylan. And then the operator said, okay, I need to know what's going on right now. If someone is passed out, can you find that out? And then Dylan said, yeah, I'll come. Come on. We got to go check. And then somebody said, oh, I don't want to check. And then we don't see this, but this is what was probably said. I don't want to go check. But she said, but we have to. And then this is still just Dylan talking this whole time, right? So Dylan says everything that I'm saying right now. I'll tell you when I'm switching. She says, yeah, I'll come. Come on. We got to go check. And then somebody must have said something like, I don't want to go check. And she said, but we have to. Is she passed out? Dylan said to somebody, because somebody's in front of her looking at Xana in front of her. She's not looking at Xana herself. And then Dylan also says, she's passed out. What's wrong? Then the operator says, or dispatching Moscow law enforcement ambulance for, and then Dylan says, she's not waking up. Then the operator says, unconscious at 1122 King Road on her radio. And then 70 is en route. That's Q1. So that's like a cop or something, right? And then the operator says, okay, one moment. I'm getting help started. Started that way. And then Dylan said, okay, maybe, and was going to start saying something, and then was interrupted by the operator. 1122 King Road. All ambulance respond for unconscious at 1122 King Road. Then Q2, I copy. So that's a like EMS person. And then Q, the operator again said 58 multiple RPs on the phone. Advised saying the roommate on scene is passed out and not waking up. I believe she got drunk last night, and about a male being in the room with them. They never really said male in the room. She just said a male was in the house or something. Then the officer or whatever says something being around, and then the operator said that one I copy, about 20-year-old female unconscious trying to get further, and then Q1 said copy. Then A2 is the male that's just standing around in the house, like maybe a friend of somebody said, yeah, this is Evan. Now that's the person's name. Yeah, it's Evan. Then Dylan said, okay. And then, so they're just handing the phone back and forth. And Dylan says, okay. And then the operator says, okay, and how old is she? And then Dylan says, she's 20. And then the operator said, 20, you said? And then Dylan said, yeah, 20. Here, do you want to talk to him? Like who? Like talk to him? I mean, who's that? And then the operator said, okay. And then the man, some somebody that was just there said, hello, hello. Then the operator said, okay, I need someone to stop passing the phone around because I've talked to 4 different people. And then this male said, okay, sorry, they just gave me the phone. And then the operator said, is she breathing? Referring to Xana. Then the male said, hello again. Then the operator said, is she breathing? Then the male said, no. Then the operator said, okay. Then the police officer or EMS said, en route. Then the male said, Bethany or Dylan, I need you to talk to them, okay? I can't talk to them. I need you to talk to them. So this male hands the phone back to Bethany or Dylan, likely Dylan. And now we know that A is Dylan or Bethany because right now, after he handed the phone back to either one of them, it's now signified by A here and says, okay, hello. And then the operator says, okay, I have already sent the ambulance and law enforcement. Stay on the line. And then Dylan says, okay. Then the operator says, if there is a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it. So she's telling Dylan, hey, if you guys have a defibrillator around, go get somebody to get it. Then Dylan says something unintelligible. Then the operator says, the patient is not conscious, not breathing. And then Dylan says something unintelligible. And then right over here, the operator says, okay, if there is a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it. Dylan said, we don't have one. I mean, I was wondering, that's such a weird question. Then Q1, maybe the EMS says, unconscious, not breathing. So they're there now. Unconscious, not breathing. Then Dylan says, do you have a defibrillator? He said, I think she's saying that to the EMS worker. Then Q3, who's with that other EMS worker, says, yep. Then Dylan says, yes, we have one. Yes, we have one, back to the operator, meaning there's one in the house now because the EMS people brought it. Am I making sense? I think I'm interpreting this pretty good. Yes, we have one. And then the question, but are you talking to the officer? And then she says, yeah. See, because Dylan talked to the officers, and they're the ones that said they had the defibrillator. And then Dylan says, yeah. And then that's when the operator said, okay, I'm going to let you go since he's there with you and can help you. Then Dylan says, okay, thank you, bye. And then the operator says, okay, Moscow 46 out, copy. Then there's Q4, Q5. Q4 says, I think we have a homicide. So Q4, that's probably an officer that showed up. Moscow engine 20 en route. Q4, 1370. Q1, 70. Unintelligible, 107. I related. Wow, pretty crazy, right? I mean, that's wild. She said scared. Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. We've already gone over that. We've already fixed that already from earlier. All right, so we got that one. And now this was sort of interesting, but not worth going over again. And then here's the, this is pretty interesting here. Okay, I'm just going to, let me just read this first part. Comes now the state of Idaho by and through the Layton County prosecuting attorney and respectfully moves the court for an order in limine allowing the state to admit the text messages of Dylan Mortensen on November 13, 2022 and the testimony from Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk regarding their conversations with each other on November 13, 2022. The phone records were discovered on the hard drive, Dylan Mortensen's iPhone extraction, provided on April 5th, 2023, and State Exhibit 18 from the grand jury record. Now go down here. Dylan Mortensen's phone records contain an Exhibit S-1 for November 13, 2022, and Bethany Funk's testimony contain an Exhibit S-2 as to what Dylan Mortensen told her should be allowed at trial. In the case at bar, meaning, I don't know, I think that might just mean like what they're talking about. Starting on November 13th, 2022 at 2:10:29, Dylan Mortensen sends a text message. So this is an irrelevant time frame in terms of the homicide, but she sends a text message to somebody named with the initials EG, which is an Uber driver, to inquire if he is driving. So she might already be somewhere or something. I don't know. But the state submits the text message exchange is not hearsay because it will not be offered for the truth of the matter asserted. i.e. EG driving status. Instead, it would be offered to show a timeline for the night. Dylan Mortensen was awake and texting at 2:10:29, and then from 4:19:07 to 4:21:50, Dylan Mortensen attempts to call Bethany Funk. And I think the most important element here is right here at 4:19:07. That means Koberger's already left the house and probably had left a minute or two before, giving her confidence to start using her phone to call or, use her phone to call somebody. He certainly is left by 4:19:07. Won't you guys agree with that? He's not like, he didn't just walk by her and she gets on the phone, right? She gets on the phone after he leaves the house. Dylan Mortensen attempts to call Bethany Funk, Xana Kernodle, Kaylee Gonzalez, and Madison Mogan. All calls unanswered. The records of these calls are not hearsay, as they each do not meet definition of a statement, oral assertion, written assertion, or nonverbal conduct intended as an assertion. All right, so right here it says from 4:22:08. So think about it like this. The murders happened between, I would say, 4:09 and 4:17. Something like that. So really like a 8-minute window at the very most. But even a bigger window would be 4:08 to 4:20 when it's speeding away at a high rate of speed. But we know that there's time in between from getting out of the car to go in and leaving the building and going inside the car, right? So it's obviously not 4:08 to 4:20. It's somewhere in between that. So anyways, Dylan Mortensen wrote to Bethany Funk and said, no one is answering. Then she said, I'm really confused right now. And then Dylan Mortensen tried to text Kaylee Gonzalez and just wrote Kaylee, just Kaylee. And then Dylan Mortensen to Gonzalez, what's going on? So like, Kaylee, what's going on? Just 2 different texts in a row. Then Bethany Funk wrote to Dylan Mortensen, yeah, dude, what the F? So that means there's probably some conversation that we're not seeing here. This is just the portion that they're wanting, letting us read here. Then Bethany Funk to Dylan Mortensen, Xana was wearing all black? See, that means there was texting going on prior to this that referred to like somebody wearing all black. And it wasn't Xana. That's just what Bethany Funk thought she said. Then Dylan Mortensen said to Bethany Funk, I'm freaking out right now. Then Dylan Mortensen also said to Bethany Funk, responding to the Xana comment about wearing all black, and she said, no, it's like a ski mask almost. And so it almost feels like you're missing another comment in there, like Bethany Funk mentioning a mask of some sort, and then Dylan's responding, no, it's like a ski mask almost. Then Bethany Funk says, STFU. And then Bethany Funk texted Dylan Mortensen and said, actually, like, jeez. And then Dylan Mortensen to Bethany Funk, like he had something over his forehead and little and mouth. So these are text messages, so you can see that they're not really written very well. Something is SOEMTBINF over his forehead. That's what it says. So it's like over his forehead and a little around his mouth. Then Dylan Mortensen said to Bethany Funk, I'm not kidding. Oh, I am so freaked out. Then Bethany Funk to Dylan Mortensen, so am I. Then Dylan Mortensen to Bethany Funk, my phone is going to die, F. Right? And then Bethany Funk to Dylan Mortensen, come on, or come to my room, run, down here. Right? And then she took off. And then all the above declarations are present. At 4:20, 4:39, Dylan Mortensen calls Ethan Chapin. So again, this is like 7 minutes after Koberger had left the house. Okay? It's just 7 minutes later. She calls Ethan Chapin. This phone record, like the other records of calls, is not a statement pursuant to IRE 801. Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk continue to text at 4:24:58. Dylan Mortensen texts Bethany Funk, I'm scared though. And Bethany Funk responds at 4:25:16. Just 20 seconds or 18 seconds later. Yeah, I know. But it's better than being alone. Again, both statements are admissible. You know what's interesting is that means they're texting each other while in the same room. They're that scared. They're not talking. They don't want to reveal themselves. How weird is that? I didn't even put that together until just now. They're texting each other while in the same room. Wow. Did you guys even think of that? That's pretty weird. You know, that means they're not even like, hey. And maybe, you know what? That might even be what the missing text is them whispering and saying, oh, wait, I just wanted to shut the hell up and keep texting. You know? Come on, Jenna. Jesus, let's not do that again. Hey, thanks, Moofies. How's it going? And Mr. Beer. Yes, they are, Cindy. Yes, they are, Cindy. What's wrong with you, Cindy? Cindy, just do your own show if you want to, okay? You always interrupt and act like, I always have to correct you at the end. You ever notice that you're almost never accurate? So just kind of keep things to yourself sometimes, right? Yeah, it's texting between Dylan and Bethany Funk. Yeah, because look at right up here, 4:22:08 to 4:24:27, just to debunk Cindy again. Look at, come down here. So that means the very latest here is 4:24:27, right? And then right down here, 4:24:58, I'm scared. Yeah, so that means she's downstairs, right? She probably went right away. Now, I guess you could maybe argue that after that, she still stayed in the room and didn't leave her room. But I think she did leave the room. I think she left probably immediately after that. Because they're still communicating for a while. Even at 4:32, etc. But I'm just basing it on, this is 4:24 to 27 and down here. And I'm assuming that right at that moment, she would have bailed and went down there. Or maybe that's what she's selling her on still, though, I guess. Let's see. So all this stuff is after that, but it could also be that when she's saying I'm scared and she says it's better being alone, that she's still trying to sell her on leaving the room to come down there. Or she's saying, hey, it's better than being alone, right? What do you mean they're in separate rooms? She just said she wanted, they have already established in the documents that she went down to Bethany Funk's room, okay? She did say I'm scared, though. I'm just going on the timing. Yeah. Let's see. So this is about an hour after cameras capture the white... No, it's not. Man, where do these people come from in here? It's just wild, man. My God, the white Elantra was captured at 4:07, and this is literally 17 minutes later. Okay, the killings all happen. Car speeds away at a high rate of speed at 4:20, and then 7 minutes later they're talking out here. So I guess it's possible, Cindy. I'll give you some credit here, but I'm basing it on the timing. But it could be that she was just saying, hey, I'm scared. And she goes, yeah, well, you better come here. It's better than staying by yourself. We already explained it, Cindy. You don't need to explain it again. Man, she's just, every show, disruptive force. It's just unbelievable. But anyways, you've got 42458, text Bethany Funk, I'm scared. Responds, yeah, I know, it's better than being alone. Yeah, like it's maybe if you come down here. Again, both statements are admissible. And then right here at 427, Dylan calls Gonzalez, calls Kernodal. These are not statements pursuant. And then 432, Dylan Mortensen sends text message to Gonzalez stating PI's answered this statement in present sense impression shows Dylan Mortensen's perception of events and excited utterance. The next morning, Dylan Mortensen sends the following messages. So they don't ever say on here like what the timing was, but I'm basing it on like right here, 4:24:27. Come on, come to my room, run down here. You know, almost like it's happening right now. You know, but I guess it's also possible that these, which are only 30 seconds later or so, meaning she could still be trying to be convinced to leave her room to come downstairs, because that would be frightening in itself, right? All right, let's see. What do we got here? Right, someone strange about the way they put down in the pair. Yeah, right. I mean, I guess we don't really know, but I'm going on the timing, and in fact, I think it would be sort of almost normal to be down there not wanting to draw attention, so you keep texting. But man, it sure would be, right? I mean, I don't know. You could be right, Cindy. I don't know. I mean, it is possible. All right, I'll have to give you that. I can't prove that she's down in the room. I'm just basing it on, like, it almost sounded like she was going to be running quickly down there, but I think it'd be hard to convince somebody to leave their room when they had just seen a guy walking around. And, Bethany's probably scared too, so wants somebody to come down to be with her, and it's just like, man, what a nightmare, the whole thing. But if you guys aren't watched the show, me and Cindy are like Gilligan and, no, not Gilligan and Skipper. It's more like she's a mosquito and is buzzing around my ear like she didn't, the alternate might be whispering to each other in Bethany's room, maybe. Right. I mean, they could be whispering, but maybe that's where the stuff that we're missing is, right? Like, what if they're already in the room? But no, they wouldn't have been in the room already on this part. Yeah, so I don't know what they're missing. Some stuff in here, you guys. I mean, there's obviously things missing. No one is answering. I'm really confused. Okay, what's going on? Yeah, dude, what the F? So there was something that went on in between that comment and this one. Almost as like a whole thing was mentioned of what was happening, maybe prior to that. And I'm sure at trial they're going to have this whole long thing that they put out there. Try to keep Gray in check. Okay, that's funny. Please answer. Are you up? Yeah, there's multiple things right here. There's, I'm freaking out. No, it's like a ski mask almost. See that right there? No, it's like a ski mask. The ski mask had not been mentioned yet. Bethany Funk says Xana was wearing all black. And I think there must be a question mark or something, because they're sort of, and then Dylan Mortensen says, I'm freaking out. Then she said, no, it's like a ski mask almost. Now, is she correcting her on the all black part? Or is she talking about something else that was mentioned? And he goes, then Dylan Mortensen again over here says, like he had something over his forehead, a little in mouth. So, but prior to this, though, the Xana was wearing all black. There must have been a conversation about what Xana was, or what the person was wearing, because Bethany Funk did not see the person. So obviously, prior to that, Dylan must have said something. Yeah. So either way, I mean, maybe some of it's texting while they're together, some of it's not. I don't know. I guess we don't know because we don't know when the person ran down there. No, I'm talking about the other part. Xana was wearing all black, Bethany Funk said. Before that, we have no reference to anything regarding that, and Bethany Funk would have no idea that the person in the house was wearing all black. So we're missing stuff. There's things missing from the text message exchange. I'm sure this thing is like 20 pages long. You know how you guys people are in college, or people that use texting a lot. I hardly ever use, I mean, I suck at using my phone for that. But man, it's just text, like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of text. And then at 4:27:47, Dylan Mortensen calls Gonzalez. And at 4:28, Dylan Mortensen calls Kernodle. These are not statements pursuant to IRE 801. At 4:32:57, Dylan Mortensen sends text message to Gonzalez stating, please answer. This statement, look at. So does there anybody out, look at, if you're the killer, are you writing these things? And the answer is no, but people will say, that's because she was trying to make it look like she wasn't a killer. That's how stupid these people are. This statement is present sense impression, shows Dylan Mortensen's perception of events, and an excited utterance, spontaneous reaction to that event, rather than the result of reflective thought. The next morning, Dylan Mortensen sends the following text messages starting at 10:23 to Gonzalez, to Mogan, and then to Gonzalez again. Are you? Please answer. Are you up? Are you up? Nobody answered. So she still didn't know. She had never left. She left her room to go to Bethany Funk's room, but never left again. And I think they were just absolutely terrified. And then when they finally woke up in the morning, they thought, okay, let me just see if they're still awake. We can't hear anything. And they still don't want to see it, because once you see it, it becomes real. So they just wanted to keep delaying and delaying and delaying the inevitable. I can just totally see. I can see it. You know, I can see why somebody might be like that. Because once you see it, that's when the horror happens, right? It's like, oh my God, it's real now. Yeah, I think they thought something bad might have happened, and they were nervous about it. That's why they were kind of wondering, like, you know, hey, please answer. And because they started having suspicions that something really awful had happened, but they don't want to verify in their own minds what happened. Ah, jeez. All these people that care so much about the, look at, how many parties were at that house? Probably rambunctious parties. There's probably a little bit of blood here and there and here and there. And just because they found a little tiny bit of blood or whatever on a handrail is absolutely, you know, I don't mind if they want to go test it, but it doesn't, the location where it was found is not significant in the case, right? So the thing is it was on the stair handrail, ones that go downstairs to the front. Doesn't really make a lot of sense. And, you know, they can go ahead and test it and whatnot, but I would say that a knife sheath on a bed, the DNA on that is absolutely meaningful. Just like, for example, at a crime, if you can find touch DNA and the person is somebody that was a suspect that you, let's say it was just on their shirt, and there's no reason it should ever be on their shirt, you know, sure, you could argue maybe they went to McDonald's and blah, 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 blah. But it's really where the touch DNA is found. Like, for example, on a pair of pants, let's say there's an assault victim that's been killed out in the woods, and the pants have been pulled down to their knees, and their shirt pulled above their head. That's like what we hear that in about 1,000 different stories. It's absolutely crazy. And so they do swabbing, and on the pant buckle, the snap of the person's jeans, to pull them off, they find DNA on there. Now that is absolutely significant, because there'd be no reason for somebody else's DNA to be on the snap of the pants. That in court, somebody could argue that, yeah, well, they went to McDonald's too, and when they went to McDonald's, they grabbed a doorknob, and they grabbed a doorknob, and later when the girl went to use the bathroom, she transferred his DNA onto the snap of the, but it gets to the point where, is that reasonable? When this guy's a predator, the guy maybe that they, right. I don't think I will be able to serve what? I don't think they would select you. You wouldn't make it through the selections. Let's see, is it our civic duty? Yeah, the fingernails were just, it was like he couldn't be excluded. But it wasn't strong enough. I think it's amazing that they haven't figured out a way yet to separate DNA when it's a mixture. I think it's weird. All right. Anyways, that's all I got, man. So let's do some jokes. You got any more jokes out there, Zozo or Plato, or any of your little things? We'll type them in, and got to do something different for a while. Give me some of your cheesy jokes that you guys always throw out there. Thanks, Mom. 457 Rose. Yeah, it would be weird though if they actually went to the same room and were texting based on the timing. But I could see them. It is after that, but I could see Bethany still trying to convince her with the, I'm scared. Well, hey, better than being alone. Yeah, well, I'm a dry humor person too, but I like the crappy jokes that those guys tell, Plato and Zozo. We've had plenty of jokes here in chat tonight. Yeah, a lot of the pro burgers that show up are basically jokes. They just don't know it yet. That's the weird part about it. They're just sitting around thinking they're on to something. What's weird is there isn't any other person that's even remotely associated with this case. There's nothing. There's not one other soul that... it's amazing, but these people invent these side stories. Brent Kopaka. Oh, okay. Okay, here's one. A man threw milk at me. How dare he? Oh! Nice. Hey, wait, hold on. There we go. Hit that like button, hit that like button, hit that like button, hit that like button. 10, 20, hit that like button, 40, 25, 50. What is this? See, it's weird. So Attorney General Pam Bondi announced that the Epstein files will be redacted due to national security concerns. Well, what are those? What does that mean? The hell does that even mean? Oh, they have a picture of... What's that a picture of?
For all these years.
Hold on.
So...
What are the things that, and maybe some people don't understand the need to redact. In the case of a victim, that should be pretty obvious to people. What are the other things that maybe you would have to redact?
Well,
national security?
No, of course, national security, some grand jury information, which is always going to be confidential. But we'll see. Let's look through them as fast as we can, get it out to the American people, because the American people have a right to know, not only on that, but on Kennedy, on Martin Luther King.
Yeah, that'd be pretty interesting. Let's see. I don't think it's quite as bad as they made it sound right there. All right, you got any more, Zozo? You're the only one coming out with it. Oh, wait. You got any Play-Doh? Come on. Oh, wait. Jog73 said, Gray, have you heard about the 80s rock star singer whose fiance was killed off the 8th floor balcony on cruise ship Sunday? Wait, that's not a joke? No, I don't remember that one. I thought it was one of those. Hey, Gray, have you heard about the... Guess not. No, I didn't hear that one. Maybe it popped up somewhere. Oh, I didn't see your joke. Let's see. Let me roll up. Where is it? Hey, put it in again. Oh, wait. I got a joke. What does a deaf gynecologist do? What does a deaf gynecologist do? Read lips. Jesus. And she spent the next 45 words apologizing if it was inappropriate. That's the part that's funny about it. Okay, like the funny part was you're profusely apologizing. Zozo wouldn't apologize for something like that. She'd just throw it out there and, hey, thanks, Pam from New York. Very kind, very kind. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Here's one. KJ said, which days are the strongest? Saturday and Sunday. The rest are weekdays. Get it? Like, not strong but weak. Get it? Like... Let's see. Why did the Avon lady walk funny? Because her lipstick. Oh, jeez. Let's see. But why would lipstick make you... I don't get that one. What? Why would the Avon lady walk funny? Because her lipstick. I don't know. Is that... What's the part that... What's the... I get like lipstick. I know, The reason the call wasn't made right away, the witness has severe PTSD and... Oh, I thought that was a joke. Oh, I get it. I got it. I get it now. I get it now. It was the same joke, basically. I get it now. It's like, God, that one's sick, man. That's gross. You should apologize to every... Yeah, I got it. I got it. Mm-hmm. You guys are crazy people. Ah, shit. Here, where's that one story? I think Zozo sent it to me. Let me go find it. Here, let's take a look at the... is that the one? No. Who sent me the one about the... Oh, yeah, that's it. Right here. Here, let's just read this really quick because we kind of covered it the first couple days here. But FBI is now part of investigation into murder and dismemberment of 14-year-old Emily Pike. The FBI is now involved in the investigation into who killed 14-year-old Emily Pike. Remember that was the one with the home that she was staying at? Let's see, where is it? Right here. We just did this a couple days ago. Yeah, what's going on? Oh yeah, so no, this is a different one. Yeah, so she was last seen here Yeah, no, there was a group home, right? Remember the group home? That is right. So she was near in this area, and then they found her body way over here in plastic bags. Like way over here on the side of the road, off of a trail over here. Is that crazy? Yeah. Let's see. The FBI is now involved in the investigation into who killed 14-year-old Emily Pike, who ran away from a Mesa group home. Detectives found her dismembered remains off a rural road northeast of Globe on Valentine's Day. I mean, that's weird in itself. The Gila County Sheriff's Office, the lead agency on the case, said Wednesday they have now developed leads, and that in addition to the other agencies who were already working on the case, the FBI is helping investigate those in hopes of making an arrest. Now, the possibility that this is somebody who enjoys doing this type of thing is a horrible possibility, said Jim Eagleston, a retired FBI special agent. So now we're looking at it a little differently, right? I mean, Eagleston has insight into what detectives are likely working on now and why the FBI would get involved. Mesa police said it was back on January 27th when Emily Pike ran away from home, from her group home in Mesa. On February 14th, her remains were discovered off Highway 60 north of Globe. They were dismembered and in trash bags with her hands and arms still missing. Somebody who committed this kind of murder, do we believe this is their first time killing? Asked true crime correspondent Brianna Whitney. Probably not. A lot of times, though, these retired FBI people, they go the furthest, most horrendous possibility. Like what's her face, Coffin Daffer. Just the fact that they have to have the means to get out there as some kind of transportation, said Eagleton. Eagleton said the FBI is likely starting with technology when it comes to leads, cellular analysis, looking not only at devices but what cell phones might have been in the area. I mean, that's a huge one. That's the data dump one. Where she was found and the area. So a cell phone that went there and stopped for a while, that would be one that you'd really want to look into. They also be looking for clues from behavior or personality traits of the killer, especially at the crime scene. Did the killer leave behind a signature or something that would have meant something to them? Is there a reason they took Emily's hands and arms? She may have fought back, may have scratched the person or people who attacked her, and therefore their DNA may be under the fingernails, and they were possibly aware of that and trying to prevent that from being discovered. That makes sense. A sexual sadist would commit these types of crimes either from the pleasure they derive from it or to cover up what they've done. Eagleton said they also must look at Emily's activities in the days before she disappeared. While he isn't sure if this was committed by someone Emily knew or someone she came in contact with after she ran away, he suspects a similar scenario played out either way. I think she would be unfortunately too willing to trust the wrong person in the wrong circumstances and probably got taken advantage. Yeah, it probably turned out a situation where she got into somebody's car. Eagleston said the medical examiner report will be key in the case and could provide how she was killed before her body was dismembered and potentially by what weapon. So this is just like an FBI's agent's thoughts on it. But the FBI is involved now. So there you go. All right, you guys, I think that's going to do it. As I said 25 minutes ago. I've been on here for 3 hours and, God, 3.5 hours. My God. That's a long time. Anyways, I want to say thanks. If you guys could hit that like button on the way out the door, maybe subscribe to the channel, that'd be great. K-Me, this account, Annabella, Roma, Alley Cake, Von Dazen, Pam from New York. Thanks, Pam from New York. I think you helped me out a few times tonight. Moofies, Elaine Gerard, then Alley Cake, then Mike Tweet, I think, and then Tony Nelson, Anne Marie Morgan, WNC Granny, Florence White, Trips True Talk, and then Cinnamon Sin Freak, like that one. Timothy Cecil, who won 3,700 smackers tonight. Alicia Nelson, Karma Justice, then Amber Maiden, Elaine Gerard, then let's see, Ishi Says, then Fitz, then Mike Tweet gifted a membership, then T Chosen gifted one, then Amber Maiden gifted a membership, then Buckshot, new member, then Buckshot super chat, then Alley Cake gifted one, then Moxie Drapo, then Death by Chocolate, then Lizzie Robb, then This Idaho Mom Reports Daybell Trial Coverage. My God. Pancake. By the way, if you're still out there, this channel was probably the first YouTube channel to actually cover the Lori and Chad Daybell case. In fact, had on the grandparents way before it was even, I think it was just East Idaho News and us talking about it. And then it became bigger and bigger and bigger. Pancakes, and then we had Pam from New York, Pancakes, then Sandy Shirley, Val Gal, Wise Child, blah blah blah, Alley Cake, and blah 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 is a name. I'm not, making fun of what they typed in. And then Buckshot gifted a membership, Jeannie Gaiagoy gifted one, Alley Cake gifted a membership, then Sarah Reesness, then Val Gal, then Richard Watts, then Rainy Joe, then Wise Child, then I gifted 5 memberships, then Annabella Roma, 29 months. You the man, Dre, is what they said. Then Eminem, K Me, then Slew Key Cat or something. Then Light Their Way Home, then Moofies, then Pam from New York again. Then over here on here we go. No, we can't. I don't know what you're saying, Cindy, on your email. All right, so we've got Courtney on Cash App. Thank you. Didn't even see that one. So I appreciate that. See, these are all from today. Let me see. When did I start? All right, so we had Deanne on Cash App. Then we had, let's see, GSU PM. And then another 2 from GSU PM. And then Mark Ferris on PayPal. Very kind, thank you. Then, let's see. Yeah, and then Courtney on Cash App, thank you. Then Lisa Valenzuela, Maxine, and then somebody called Someone. Maybe that's also Ted Bundy. And then we had Ted Bundy a couple times. And then we also had Joshua on Venmo. So thank you guys. Appreciate it. Very cool. Thanks to everybody, all the new people that are here. I hope you guys don't mind the way I am, but this is just how I am. I don't like the the conspiracy theory stuff. The Koberger case isn't one of those ones that's like, it's fun putting all the pieces of the puzzle together, but it's not one that's confusing. Like there's these other people that we're just not sure about. You know, maybe they had something. There's no Keegan Kleins. There's none of that stuff in this one. It's Brian Koberger and Brian Koberger only. It's just great putting all the pieces together. All right. So thanks, everybody. And good to see Zozo in here. I know she's been pretty busy with her trucks. It's hard to picture Zozo, you know, doing that stuff, isn't it? You know? But there you go. But Gray, what about the tunnels? Yeah. Anyways, thank you guys very much for helping me reach the goal tonight. I know it's kind of an earlier show, but I've already been on for 3.5 hours. We went over each thing 3 times. I might put a video out where it's just all condensed into that, and that way it's... I might even use those AI voices or something. Or maybe I can be the guy, the male voice, but then... I don't know how to... Yeah, something like that. Couldn't I just use my own voice and then have the pitch shifted over to sound like a... Yeah. I don't know. There is no evidence that he didn't act alone. Right. People say... That's what people say all the time. It's the same thing with... There's a huge overlap between the Idaho 4 case and Delphi in terms of how people perceive things. And this whole group of people that are crazy. Literally. Like, you know, daily. Because I don't know why they don't release it, but I'm sure someday it will be. I'm sure after the trial's over, we'll get to hear it. Okay. But thank you guys very much. And do we get any subscribers tonight? Let's see. Does it show anything on this page? Lives, chat. 26 new members. Doesn't say how many new subscribers, though. I don't know. Let me go check. I can probably get an estimate if I go over to YouTube and click on my channel. Yeah, what does it say? You know, maybe 40, something like that. Pretty good. I'll take it. Finally got back over the 152,000. There was like this purging going on by YouTube where like 1,400 subscribers got removed, and now we're back up to, probably got 800 or 900 of them back, maybe. Yeah, real, normal people. I don't know what the hell's going on out there. Yeah. Probably hear it during the trial, yeah. But if it's not being streamed, then I'm going to have to go there for sure. It's close enough where I could do it. Now, my wife has a little bit of an accent, but maybe she could, I guess. But nah, I don't know. She wouldn't want to do it. We'll probably hear the call during the... it's weird how they jerk the content creators around. Who? You mean YouTube? Yeah. I have to go back and read the PCA. Daphne wants us to go. What does that mean? Wants us to go where? What are you talking about, Cindy? I don't know what you mean. I have to go back and read the PCA. Why? We've read it 15 times on here. I have to go back and read the PCA. Daphne wants us to go. What does that even mean? What do you mean, us to go? You mean you two? Well, look at... So how many people here are... Like, if I'm going there and I want to get in, we have, like, all these people on here that are going to go in and keep it from other people like me getting in. Man, that's just really frustrating. Like, just watch it streaming, okay? You'll be fine. It's crazy. It's like, my God, you guys. I mean, I go there and I'm all ready to go, and I don't get in because Cindy J snuck in there. It's wild. on your time is amazing. Hey, thanks. Firefly crystals. I mean, anybody can do whatever they want. It's just kind of counterproductive, you know. Yeah, could you imagine? Hey, I'm down here, everybody. I was about to get in, but KK, Daphne, and Cindy J all got in, and I got stuck outside. See you guys later. Right. Oh, there goes my stomach. The guy teaches at the same school Brian was going to. What does that have to do with anything? Allie, what are you talking about up there? But what does the PCA have to do with anything, Cindy? You said I got to go back and read the PCA. I want to see where the callers could have been to see Xana. That doesn't say that in there. I've already gone over it 100 times, Cindy. I've shown it to you literally 15,000 times. I don't know where. Are you like drinking some sauce tonight, or what's going on? Look, here's the stairs going up. Bethany, Funk, and Dylan would have been actually in this room right here. See, there's the front door. Right? See that? And right there, that's Bethany Funk's room, right below the living room. Then you go up the stairs, and they probably were standing more up around in this area there, and then there it is, just right there. I mean, why do you even need to know the answer to that question, I guess is the question. Like, why does it matter? You know? Because that means you're questioning them again. That's right. I do have dry humor there, Pam from New York. But could you imagine you show up to trial and there's Cindy J getting in there, and then we don't have any coverage at all because I didn't even get to go in and it's not streamed. If she wants to be a line sitter, shit, yeah, I'll take that. But didn't someone get a DM from Brain? I don't know. Who's Brain? Let's see. I get that, but he involves there's nobody involved, Allie. You could have been involved too, right, Allie? Let's be honest. You really could have been involved. There's no way you can tell me that there's no chance that you could have been involved. There's always a possibility. Oh, I hate that lady. That lady is a pile of crap, Marco. She's one of the worst there ever was. Just a liar, you know. Here are the fur babies in the background. Oh, I don't know. Oh, you can hear them? How? I don't even have them. Right here. Oh, yeah, they're not even there either. So Cindy, is that what would you say that if we went to trial and you were standing in line and I needed to get in, you were in front of me, would you let me go in front of you so I could cover the case? Didn't someone get Dylan Mortensen from Brian? What? And the answer is no. Yeah, right. So it's like, man, that's just ridiculous. You have your own supporters sabotaging your ability to get in. That's wild. I just Googled to see how many people. Oh, God. Yeah, Cindy doesn't have a channel. She's joking around. Okay. Let's see. DM means direct. Yeah, I know. I saw that. Anybody trying to get into the... But that's... people think that he was trying to direct message somebody. See, that's how lame Cindy is, you know. Not only that, she's trying to, like, pump her bullshit, crap-ass, you know. Yeah, maybe come back next time. Alright, let's see. So I'm watching the beginning, and I just don't understand why they would not mention blood regarding Xana. I don't know. They didn't see it. And maybe they don't want to see it, you know. They're just thinking she's unconscious. And who knows? I guess we'd have to see the crime scene photos. Maybe it was sort of under her, trailing away. Well, that's all she does, Natalie. So I'll let her get a rise and time her out for the rest of the show. All right, everybody. Thank you all very much for being here. We'll see you guys next time. All right. So I hope you guys enjoyed it. Thank you for all the support. And we'll see you tomorrow. All right. So as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person that is a crime dissector, thug rejector. I'm a certified human lie detector. Gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Gray is gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a pup protector. Fool deflector, interceptor, and I'm meaner than a specter with a vector on his pector. With all respect, y'all, just remember I've a temper fucking check ya. I have no agenda, I'm no pretender, and I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender. Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. All right, everybody? Talk to you later.